This is a special meeting for, we're going to do the board appointed committees. This time we'll have Commissioner Hollingsworth say the pledge and invocation.
Bow our heads. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for all the things you've done for us. Thank you for the men overseas that are protecting our country and give us the right to have this democracy we have today. And please fix our fractured country. We're all Americans. We all love each other, and that's how it should be. And I want you to make sure you give us the wisdom as county commissioners to do what we're supposed to do and make the best decisions for the county and the people of this county. And we're going to pray for Toby Witt. He's having surgery, and we hope he comes out all right. And everybody's okay, and everybody lives a good life. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, what we're having here to start with is just a discussion. I'm going to announce the committees everyone's on right now, and then we'll listen to any requests for anyone that wants to switch or take other committees. Commissioner Williams is on Tourist Development, Small County Coalition, North Florida Water Issues, Non-Ad Valorem Assessments Adjustment Committee. I am on Tourist Development, North Central Florida Economic Development Partnership, Public Safety Coordinating Council, Value Adjustment Board, Non-Ad Valorem Assessment Adjustment Committee. Commissioner Nash was on Swanee Valley Transit Authority, Transportation Disadvantage Coordinating Board, Swanee River Economic Council, Florida Association of Counties Trust Board. Some of these appointments will be going to Commissioner Hollingsworth tonight. Commissioner Witt, he is on Swanee Valley Transit Authority, SHIP Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, Florida Crown Workforce Development Board, Value Adjustment Board. Commissioner Murphy is on North Central Florida Regional Planning Council, Economic Development Authority Board, 911 Combined Communications Center Executive. And at this time, we'll listen to any discussion of anyone that wants to, actually at this time, I think we'll listen to the councilman and go over how these boards are made up and what the requirements for the makeup of these boards are.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to your request, I've gone through and kind of summarized the functions of the various committees, authorities, and councils that the board is annually asked to appoint members to. Mr. Chair, it's at your pleasure, but what I'll do is I'll introduce the first, which is the Tourist Development Council, and then maybe you could have discussion about that at that time, and we can move to the next one, or I can go through all of them at one time. It'd be at your pleasure.
Yeah, I think we're doing one at a time.
Okay. The first council is one that's created, as you know, by Florida Statute Section 125-0104 and County Ordinance 84R-1. It's the Tourist Development Council. The statute provides that the council shall meet at least once each quarter. From time to time shall make recommendations to the county governing board, which is this board, for the effective operation of the special projects or for uses of the tourist development tax revenue, and perform such other duties as may be prescribed by county ordinance or resolution. The council, the TDC, shall continuously review expenditures of revenues from the Tourist Development Trust Fund and shall receive at least quarterly expenditure reports from the county governing board or its designee. Expenditures which the council believes to be unauthorized shall be reported to the county governing board and the Department of Revenue. Pursuant to statute, you have one county commissioner appointed to this board, two elected officials from local municipalities, in this case Fort White or Lake City, qualify. One of those has to be from the most populous municipality, which is obviously Lake City. And then you have three members from basically inn and hotel owners that are generating bed tax, people who own or manage those facilities, and then 3 people who are engaged in tourism development or have an interest in tourism, but do not own facilities that generate bed taxes. And with that in mind, Mr. Chair, you need 1 appointment from this board.
And I'm.
What was that, Joel? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you right here at the end. You said, what you,
In terms of appointing commissioners, you need 1 appointment from this board. I do understand
Oh.
there's 2 vacancies, but as I understand it, that's going to come in a later board meeting.
okay.
Councilman, the makeup of this board, as far as representatives from the city and from the county, I will be the commissioner on the tourist development. Mr. Helfenberger with the city, and the mayor of Fort White, Ronnie Frazier, will be the appointment for the municipalities.
I think it has to be an elected official, and I don't think Mr. Helfenberger's elected.
Oh, so it has to be elected
It's
official?
going to need to be a councilor or the mayor.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But you can defer to the city to decide who that individual is.
Well,
gonna
I'll
be.
just defer to the city who they want to appoint
Yes, sir.
as their representative on the board.
Is there any other discussion about TDC? I know we have the 2 open spots, but I think there's still some process before that comes to regular board meeting for y'all to collectively make that appointment.
Yeah, we're going to wait to make that appointment.
All right, the next position that needs to be filled is the Small County Coalition. I believe the board members are very familiar with what the Small County Coalition is. It's a coalition of 39 counties. They work together to bring attention to issues affecting Florida's small and rural counties. In accordance with their bylaws, each regular member of the Small County Coalition annually appoints a commissioner representative, and each of those regular members is requested to identify a county staff person to serve as the county liaison with the coalition's office. It's essentially a coalition for purposes of lobbying to kind of equate power between the larger, more populous counties and our counties with under 150,000 in population. In 39 counties, and the board is entitled to 1 member.
Commissioner Williams, you're on that committee now. Would you like to stay on that committee?
Anywhere you want me to serve.
And for clarification, Chair, myself and Ron is on the small county coalition as too. It wasn't on this paper. I just wanted to point that out.
So you are on the Small County Coalition also?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm like Ron.
Would you like to stay?
I have no problem with it. It's not very demanding.
So there's 2 seats for the board? I was having to do research based on,
Chris Doolan heads it up.
there's 2?
No, Chris Doolan heads it up. And yeah, me, every time, we just got notices here a while back. And
Right.
Ron, what capacity do you share on it?
Rules Affairs Committee,
Well, okay, and then,
I'm vice chair.
and I'm on it also. I mean,
You are though. That's my question is
Yeah.
there's 2? Okay, well then we need to replace that. We need to make sure we keep those 2 seats.
Yeah, I added it to the list here. And that's the reason I wanted to do this here, because
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure everybody was on the same page of what's going on.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Murphy. Like I said, it wasn't on the list, so
right. I honestly, until Ron said what he said, I forgot all about it too, because like I said, it's not a very demanding committee. When you go to the conferences and what have you, that's when it kind of kicks in.
The next one I'd like to discuss is the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. The board's entitled to an appointment here. The council is an association of 25 units of general purpose local government. Member local governments include 12 counties and 14 of the municipalities within that region. 1/3 of the total representatives are appointed by the governor, with the remainder appointed by local governments, which is what we'll be doing tonight. 2/3 of the representatives must be local elected officials. The council, in partnership with economic development organizations and local governments, promotes regional strategies, partnerships, and solutions to strengthen the economic competitiveness and quality of life of the 12 counties and 40 incorporated municipalities in North Central Florida region. The council administers a variety of state and federal programs for North Central Florida, including Alachua, Bradford, Columbia, Dixie, Gilchrist, Hamilton, Lafayette, Levy, Madison, Suwannee, Taylor, and Union counties. All council member representatives sit collectively as a full council, which meets monthly. Council members serve on several standing and ad hoc committees appointed by the chair. One of the purposes of the various committees is to advise the council on planning and development activities which come before council for review and comment. Council serves as a forum for the coordination and review of federal, state, local government, and private sector planning and development programs and activities affecting the region. So again, Mr. Chair, you need one member.
Commissioner Murphy is on that North Florida Regional Planning Council now.
Joe, is there a maximum time you can serve on something like that, or?
It would be up to their bylaws, which I'm not
Okay.
privy to.
Well, Mr. Monk did, yeah. It's for the board members that may not be aware. I think I invited you you and Toby to the first one.
Yes.
Biggest benefit is they feed you when you get there, when they are meeting at the Holiday Inn. Other than that, it is what it is.
Something you'd like to be on?
And Stu's there for everyone and you get a free meal.
Chairman, I'm new to all this, so my life is in your hands. Whatever you want me to do. I will do as I'm told.
If you desire me to serve, continue to serve, I have no problem, Chair.
So we'll leave that to Commissioner Murphy.
Okay. And then hand in hand with that, there is a North Florida Water Issues Committee, which is a subcommittee created by the member counties of the North Central Florida Planning Council. Commissioner Williams he was a part of the meeting where I think that committee was established. I know I attended that meeting, and he has since served on that committee. But again, that's one we need to maintain a seat on.
I think Commissioner Williams done a fine job on that committee, and I would like to, if he would like to serve, stay on that committee, I'd like to see him stay on that.
The county has two positions for board members on what's called the non-ad valorem assessment committee. This is one that's, I believe, an ad hoc committee of the board. I didn't find any support for it in the ordinances or statute. As I discussed with Manager Kraus, this is essentially an ad hoc committee that's brought together when there is an issue relating to non-ad valorem assessment. Allows us to have conversation with staff and a couple board members in a public setting to hash out those issues. So I think there's two appointments on the list right now. And we'd like to have those seats. Again, they're called ad hoc. They don't have a set meeting date.
Yeah, I'm on that committee now, and Commissioner Williams, I would like to come off of that and give it to Commissioner Hollingsworth if he's okay with that.
Yes, sir.
Which one was that, Chair?
Non-ad valorem assessment adjustment committee. Yeah. And Commissioner Williams, would you like to stay on that? Would you, or you? Okay. Commissioner Williams will stay on it.
The next appointment is to the North Central Florida Economic Development Partnership. This is a public-private 501c6 entity dedicated to facilitating economic development activity through high-quality job growth and capital investment in the 14-county region. The NFEDP is governed by a board of directors comprised of elected officials and economic development professionals from each of the 14 counties, municipal government representatives, regional workforce development board representatives, private sector partners, and regional education consortiums representing K-12 private colleges and universities. According to their information, specifically, each county commission appoints one elected county commissioner, and each county commission appoints one economic development professional. So I think at this point, Mr. Chair, we're looking for that county commissioner.
And it's not even on here, is it not?
Yeah, it's under, but, I mean, I'm on it now, but I'll be honest with you. I don't think we had a meeting in the last year. Huh?
They might not just invited Rocky.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they haven't been meeting.
It's up to you, Chairman.
Hollingsworth.
Did you say Mr. Hollingsworth?
Hollingsworth.
All right.
And that's to the North Central Economic Development Board.
Yeah, it's actually NFEDP, not North Central. It's North Florida Economic Development Partnership. Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Hunter is our economic development professional. Mr. Chair, the next appointment is to the Public Safety Coordinating Council, Florida Statutes, Section 951.26, sub 1, sub A, sub 1, H, says the chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners or another county commissioner as designee may serve on this council. The Public Safety Coordinating Council is responsible for assessing the population status of all detention or correctional facilities owned or contracted by the county or the county consortium, which we don't have that, and formulating recommendations to ensure the capacities of such facilities are not exceeded. Such recommendations shall include an assessment of the availability of pretrial intervention or probation programs, work release programs, substance abuse programs, gain time schedules, applicable bail bond schedules, and the confinement status of the inmates housed within each facility owned or contracted by the county or the county consortium. The council may also develop comprehensive local reentry plans, things of that nature. So this is essentially a local committee. The state attorney's involved, public defender's involved, sheriff's involved, but we have to get an appointment from this board to.
I'm on that board now. I'll stay on that.
Okay. I think one or two of you had experience with the value adjustment board here recently, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that right? The next board would be the Value Adjustment Board, which requires 2 county commissioners pursuant to Florida Statutes 194.015. The statute creates a Value Adjustment Board for each county, which shall consist of 2 members of the governing body of the county, as elected from the membership of the board of said governing body, one of whom shall be elected chairperson, and 1 member of the school board is elected from the membership of the school board. 2 citizen members, one of whom shall be appointed by the governing body of the county and must own homestead property within the county, and one of whom must be appointed by the school board and own business occupying commercial
Yeah,
space.
me and Commissioner Witt are on that board right now. We'll just stay on that board.
Okay. The next 2 are somewhat related. The Swanee Valley Transit Authority. I believe most of the commissioners are familiar with how this one works. It's an interlocal agreement between Hamilton, Swanee, and Columbia County. The organization is funded by monies paid through each county to the SVTA to provide services, and each county has 2 commissioner members that serve on its board. So we need 2 commissioners for the upcoming year.
Commissioner Witt is on that board, and he's going to stay on it. And I will move to that board also.
The board that's somewhat related is the Transportation Disadvantage Coordinating Board. Transportation Disadvantage Coordinating Board is designed to effectively coordinate funds and activities to provide older adults, persons with disabilities, and persons with low income access to employment, healthcare, education, and other life-sustaining activities. Transportation services are available in all 67 Florida counties for persons who are eligible and who have no access to transportation. Services are provided through a statewide network of community transportation coordinators. The SVTA is the community transportation coordinator for Columbia County. We need 1 commissioner to serve on the Transportation Disadvantage Coordinating Board.
Yeah, go ahead.
That should be a member of the Swanee Valley Transit Authority Board. The LCD, the local coordinating board, approves a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's why.
Approves a lot of stuff that goes on in Swanee Valley Transit.
Yeah, that's why I said they're very related. It should definitely be one of those 2 members.
Okay, so I'll move Commissioner Witt to that board. He's on the Swanee Valley Transit.
We We also need to have an appointment to the Swanee River Economic Council, which is a not-for-profit that provides need-based assistance in a 12-county region, everything from meals to home weatherization programs. We need a commissioner to serve on their board.
Bucky had that, and I'll just leave that with Commissioner Hollingworth.
Yes, sir. The next board for discussion is the Florida Association of Counties Trust Board. Florida Association of Counties Trust, we call it FACT commonly, was established in 1989 as a not-for-profit public entity risk pool. It was formed by and is owned by its member Florida counties. Membership entitles us to a seat to a position, and so we need one appointment.
Commissioner Hollingworth. Bucky was on that. You take that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
The SHIP program, State Housing Initiative Partnership, that provides assistance for people to purchase homes, affordable housing, is actually administered through the Swanee River Economic Council. So I don't know if you want to have those appointments overlap, but they're not technically dependent on each other than that commonality. But we do need a commissioner to assist them.
Commissioner Hollingsworth, you're on the Swan River Economic. Would you mind being on that board also?
If you say it, I'll do it.
Who's on there now?
Commissioner Witt.
Okay.
The Florida Crown Workforce Development Board Consortium is created pursuant to Florida statute that establishes regional workforce boards. Florida Crown is our statutory regional workforce board. They have a board, according to their recent information. Mr. Glenn Hunter was on there, but I didn't see a commissioner listed. However, we are entitled under statute to a position on that board.
That's the Florida Crown Workforce Development Board.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Witt is on that now.
No, I understand. I'm saying I looked at their website and I didn't see him listed. So I think whoever we appoint, we need to make sure they let them know that he's on that board.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, well, we'll keep Commissioner Witt on there, and we'll make sure he's aware of it.
No, I think, again, I think we need to let Florida Crown know.
We'll let Florida Crown know.
Yes, sir. The Economic Development Advisory Board, I think this board's very familiar with it, but that's something that was created by board resolution. There is one seat reserved for the Board of County Commissioners to fill. Again, provides advice and guidance to the Board of County Commissioners relating to proposals for economic development projects and incentives. Need one appointment for this year.
Chair, if it's your will, I have no problem staying on there for the simple fact of the projects that's going on at 4775. What I'm entrenched in with the city's activities and what have you. That's just one, of course, a major. Each commissioner in here, I'm sure, has got activities going on in their community, but I serve at your will. So I just thought I'll throw that out there.
Well, I have two requests. I think for that position. And again, I encourage any commissioners to go to these meetings like the Economic Development, Tourist Development, and have a voice in those meetings. They are important committees. Mr. Murphy, you've been on that committee how long now?
4 years.
4 years. Is it a 4-year term? Is it a 4-year term, Joe?
It's every year.
It's every year.
It's a new
I'm sorry.
appointment every
I'm thinking about the
Yeah,
volunteers. Is 4
yes,
years.
sir. The other members of the board have limitations that apply, but this is just year to year.
Well, I know, Commissioner Murphy, you're on the 911 Communication Center. And I think that's an important committee. So I think at this time, I mean, I think it's good to switch it up every now and then and do something different, so. I mean, I'm gonna let put Commissioner Williams on that committee, I think. But I still encourage, like I said, everyone to go to the meetings. I try to attend economic development meetings as much as possible. And everyone can have a voice in those meetings, but,
All right. The
So I'm
last,
staying on 911, you're saying?
yes.
well, that's the next one we're gonna talk about, but let's see. Make sure that I've got them all covered here, gentlemen, I'm sorry. Okay. The 911 committee, we call it 911 communication, combined communication center executive on this list, but it's just the 911 committee was organized pursuant to an interlocal agreement with the sheriff's office. It is, quote, responsible for making recommendations for administrative policy guidelines subject to the approval of the Board of County Commissioners for the operational procedures and guidelines manual for the center and for the delivery of services and standards of performance. Mr. Murphy knows, I believe he served last year, that the fire chief, the sheriff's representatives, dispatch, and representatives from our EMS provider all participate there to try to keep dispatch nice and tight. And I think, Mr. Ford, you said Mr. Murphy did that.
Yeah, we'll just, I know Commissioner Murphy just got on that committee last year. So, I'd like to say, let her stay on that committee.
Okay. All right. So it's my understanding that there's been a proposal made by the city of Lake City to form a utility committee that would involve the county. I don't know how far they are in terms of formalizing the structures and things like that, but I did, and I think, Mr. Lane, Assistant City Manager's here. Mr. Heldenberger left? Okay. But it's my understanding it was going to be 3 city councilors and 3 county commissioners. I would like to share with you the concerns I've shared with management is that I think if you have a quorum of the Board of County Commissioners present, that's a de facto county commission meeting. Because if you reach a quorum in that meeting, even though it is a public meeting, the other 2 members didn't participate and you can essentially form a voting block. So even though it is a public meeting that's taking place, it is sort of a de facto county commission meeting. So I would encourage if the board's inclined to participate in this utility committee to limit it to 2 members or 1, whatever your pleasure is. But I do have concerns about 3.
Sure. Board, Ron, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad that, council brought that up, because I was concerned about 3 commissioners serving on the same board. If there's a recommendation that those 3 commissioners, bring back to the board, 99% of the time that those 3 individuals would approve that recommendation to that committee they are representing. And then that leaves out the other 2. No matter what we say, if they approve it, they must be for it.
Yes, sir.
And bring it back to the other board, and it's cut and dry right then.
Yes, sir.
So if we participate in that, if it could be 2, that's fine with 2, but I'm not fine with 3. Serving
Yes, sir.
on any board to make a recommendation back to the other 2 members on the board, and that's what it'll be.
I concur with your assessment. That's right.
Commissioner Williams, we're having a hard time hearing you down here. If you could speak into
Okay,
your microphone.
I'll talk in the mic.
Yeah.
What I said was, Mr. Chair, was that, I was glad that the attorney brought that up, because I had a problem with 3 members serving on any board that makes a recommendation back to the board where only 2 members that serves on it. Simply, if a recommendation comes from the 3 commissioners that sit on a board and they're unanimous, that automatically alleviate any decision that the other 2 members could make, because it's already a done deal, in a sense of speaking. So any committee, as so, we keep them to 2 or 1 or 2, then that gives the majority to the members that are not on the board.
I understand what he's saying.
And I share your same concerns on that, with having three members of the board on that committee. My question is to the board, is this a committee we want to be on? And I would like to hear y'all's opinion on that.
Is Mr. Helferberger here? I thought I seen him earlier. Okay. Well,
I can yield the podium if y'all have questions.
I was gonna say if Mr. Krill would be, Sweat, I'm sorry.
Talk to your mic, please.
If Mr. Sweat would be interested in explaining how they plan on setting it up, I don't know, is all the board members present? Are you familiar how the city's gonna set this up? I don't see no head nodding, so.
Well,
I guess that's
that was my thing. I have
Yeah.
no information on this committee, what we would be doing or anything else.
We have, I do not know at this time. Absolutely. I do not know at this time. My understanding is, with talking to Mr. Helfenberger the other day, that he understood that the county wanted to go down to 2 members. I think the city will probably do the same thing. It makes sense, so that you don't have a quorum there. I mean, you're not making the decision there that's going to be forced down on the others. So I don't see a problem with this two member from the county, 2 members from the city.
Mr. Sweat, when is y'all's first planned organizational meeting or what have you?
I couldn't tell you that. We have a utility advisory meeting on the 14th at 6 p.m. We may have more clarification at that time.
What would be the duties of this board? What would they be doing?
I think it's just a joint meeting where both sides can bring in information as far as what utilities are needed from the county, what the city can offer. What it does is allow for a joint meeting for everybody to get together and talk, instead of such as like right here, we're having a discussion. Not everybody here from the city is here, so they have to read it about on the paper or wherever they read it. So it brings people together so they understand and they have a voice.
Chair, I don't see the urgency for having to get that, once they get their guidelines, if you want to say, put together with this, I think, I don't see the urgency of having a point for us to make that decision and put 2 of them on it right now. Because why would you appoint something that you're not exactly sure how the structure is going to be made up?
And would this be an advisory board to the city and the county, or just information, or
Mr. Ford, I can't answer that question.
you can't answer
It
that?
sounds like it's just, y'all can sit there and listen, and it's like an informational board is what it sounds like.
I think it is a sharing of information, and I'm sure both commissioners and the councilmen will go back to their respective groups and inform them what was discussed and make recommendations.
And not putting words in nobody's mouth, but myself and Mr. Kraus was at the city council meeting when Councilman Green brought this proposal to the board. And my interpretation was simply that the county would have people over here, city would have people here, and other entities, people in the private sector. And the duties of the commissioners would be to bring the findings into discussion of that meeting back and express it to the board. Be representation. So I think you're right, Chair. It'd be basically an informational, kind of keep everybody, like Mr. Sweat said, where you don't learn that we're going to build a sewage plant in Lulu, in the newspaper before you hear it here.
It's information exchange.
If I remember right, there have been a utility committee. There were 2 committees with the city of Lake City during my tenure. One of was the fire committee when the county was funding the city fire department to look after the fire protection in the county. And the other one was a utility committee that made recommendations back, and that's been years ago. There was some binding recommendations by the utility committee. It was just to offer, the direction we thought utilities need to go. And that was years ago, and that committee, broke up, a lot of years ago. So at one time there was a committee, but I need to have more facts on what this committee is gonna do. If we just gonna sit there and talk and nothing is binding from what our decisions are, then it's a waste of time. But if a committee gonna have some teeth in it, and look after both interests of both entities, then it need to be one. But if it's just gonna be just a something for show, then I don't think that I wouldn't want to serve on that committee.
Ms. Hall?
Echo.
I think with the way I think we should address this is, I think we should appoint two people, go to a few meetings, see what kind of guidelines we lay out for these committees, and then we can make a decision if it's something we want to continue. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, I think we should know what direction this committee is going before we appoint anybody, see whether we want to be part of it or not. I don't want to be part of a committee that I don't know where the end game is. What is the benefits of the committee, and what's the criteria that the committee works on as far as information, recommendation back to the utility department?
So do you think we should have staff lay out the duties of this committee?
I think
And arrange some kind of bylaws before?
I think the city should lay out what they want to accomplish by appointing this committee, and what the responsibility of this committee would be.
My question is though, should the city be the only one involved in laying this out? Should we have representation there?
Well, at this time, if it's their utility system, then, I guess they should make the guidelines of which direction they're going. And I think in the meeting, David gonna have a recap anyway about utilities, and maybe a suggestion that he's gonna make. So, I just think that the committee should be laid out, and then we know how to react from that point.
And I agree. That's exactly what I said before. Just let the city go ahead and structure, put it up, and then it's a simple decision when they get their guidelines, whether we serve or not.
Then I will take that as an action item for the city to develop a process for this committee, and I will work with Mr. Kraus. We will develop this, and I'll make sure that it's forwarded to you. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess that concludes our first meeting. Did I get a motion for?
You want to go over all of them? Or
Well, yeah, I can go over all of them. Commissioner Williams will be Small County Coalition, North Florida Water Issues, Economic Development. I will be Tourist Development,
You missed one.
Public Safety Coordinating Council.
You missed one. You missed one. Not Avalon Assessment.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he is. Yeah. I was trying to write them down as Joe was going, but like I say, I was having a hard time listening and then keeping up with Joe. Okay, so I will be on the Tourist Development Council Board. I will be on the Public Safety Coordinating Council, Swanee Valley Transit, and Value Adjustment Board. Yes. Commissioner Hollingsworth will be on North Central Florida Economic Development Partnership, Non-Ad Valorem Assessments Adjustment Committee, Swanee River Economic Council, and SHIP Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. And the Florida Association of Counties Trust Board. Okay, Commissioner Witt will be on Florida Crown Workforce. He will be on Transportation Disadvantaged Coordinating Board, and he will be on Swanee Valley Transit Authority and the Value Adjustment Board. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy, you will be on North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. You will be on Economic Development Advisory, or I'm sorry, you'll be on 911 Communications Center Executive, Small County Coalition. And there was one more, I thought. That's it? Okay, yep. All right. Any questions? Any, Commissioner Williams, do you have anything to add?
What time is it?
It's,
20 after.
5:22.
Motion to adjourn.
We got 8 minutes. I think we got 8 minutes.
Yeah, we got 8 minutes.
Got to adjourn one and open another one, don't
Move to adjourn.
we? Made a motion.
Got a motion from
Yep.
Commissioner Murphy. Second.
Second?
Second by Commissioner Williams. We adjourned. At this time, we're gonna start our regular, scheduled meeting. Commissioner Hollingsworth, did you mind doing the invocation and pledge?
Yes, sir. Let us pray. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for all the things that you've done for us. And thank you for the soldiers overseas. They're fighting to make sure that we have the right to do this, what we're doing today. I want to pray for wisdom for the county commissioners that are here today to make the right decisions. Not always the most popular one or the easiest one, but the right one. I want to pray for the country. The country is fragmented right now. And really all we need to do is love each other. In Jesus' name, amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Moffitt is here with the Columbia County Health Department. I'd like to give him a few minutes to start with. I know he's been busy, and I'd like to let him get on out of here if he wants to.
Commissioners, I really appreciate the opportunity to come in. We've had a tough 10 months up to this point, you know that. And I promised the commission that as the vaccine came in, we would get it out. So the only thing I'm going to talk about this evening has to do with vaccines. We're not going to talk about any positives or things like that. So we were very surprised when there was an announcement one Monday morning that call your health department and start registering for vaccines, because we had not been notified we were getting them. So you can understand the phones start, things get a little crazy. So, we jumped into gear right away, set up phone registration, and then got an online form to accommodate that. I am extremely pleased with Columbia County's registration for 65 and above. So to date, and I pulled these numbers right before I came over here, to date, I've got 4,412 people registered in our scheduling system. Now, I can't promise you that there's no duplicates in that, because we've learned that people like to register 2 and 3 times because they think the first one didn't go through. So, but here's the big stuff. We got 800 doses of vaccine a week ago. Came in towards the end of the week. I couldn't do anything with that was going to be in any worthwhile fashion for the community over the holiday weekend. That was just asking too much. So we started Monday of this week. We requested some assistance from a support team in Tallahassee to make sure we could start with a bang in Columbia County. We did 530 vaccines Monday in Columbia. Tuesday, we did 140. Wednesday, we did 210. And we just finished an hour ago, we did 287. So the total counts, 1,167 vaccines have been administered this week in Columbia County. I've got a total of 1,300 doses. So, I don't have much left. I don't want to get into numbers, but I put in a huge request for next week. Huge. And I'm waiting to find out whether that request will be supported. And if it is, I will clean out the majority of that list next week. And we'll request additional support to do that, to get that list cleaned up. I will keep the commission apprised of that, whether it's approved, denied, or I get a partial support on that. Vaccine's tough to get right now. So I think they're very pleased at what we have done. We have been very aggressive. If you look at the communities around, our staff has worked extremely hard to have a very good experience for the folks. And I look around this room, there's several of you that are in this room that have experienced that. And I hope it was a good experience for you to come through.
we want it to be timely. We want it to work the way it should and not make people wait forever. And we're very pleased with that, but it takes a lot of time, effort, and a dedicated staff. And I'm telling you, I could not do this without my staff, folks. So if you know people that work at the health department, I'm telling you, this is the time to give them the accolades, because everybody is involved in this process. And, you know the population in Columbia County. My staff is I deal with Columbia and Hamilton combined. I have about 50 people to take on this Herculean effort to vaccinate. So, please understand what they're going through to make sure that this happens for you. With that, I'll open it up to any questions that the commission has.
Go ahead, Ron.
Go ahead. Whichever one. Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, sir.
I was very impressed Monday about the setup, the quality of service that I received and everybody else that was behind me. And I didn't realize that after I got the shot, I had to wait 15 minutes.
Yes,
and I thought that was very impressive there.
yes.
The 15-minute waiting period after you receive the vaccine
Mhm.
before they would let you leave.
Yes.
I thought that was very impressive, and you guys started off with a bang, you'll end up with a bang.
Thank
Quality work.
Thank you.
I gotta say that y'all are doing a great job. And the other thing I want to say, and I don't know if any commissioners have dealt with this, but I did. And I called Mr. Moffs, and he's very efficient calling me back and explained it. But I had several people that are wonderful people, but in case y'all have to deal with this, they called and they said, hey, can you check to see if I'm on the list? Well, like Mr. Moffs said, when you're on the list, you're on the list. When you sign up, and I called him because I didn't know. I didn't know if there was a website or and I know that would be too quick to try to do all that. And it's just too much work. You got to get the medication out. So if any commissioner or anybody is wondering, if you're on the list, you're on it. You're not being thrown off of it, and you'll be done in sequential number. But I understand why people are like, I don't know if I'm on the list. Did you sign up? Yes. I still don't know if, it's kind of, people through the internet, but if you have that situation, you don't have to call Mr. Moss because it takes it away from his job, really.
Yes, sir. I think that's the biggest time issue we're dealing with right now is the phone.
I wish.
Am I on the list?
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that I tell the ones that call me, they say, well, I got this problem or this problem. I don't know what I should take it. I said, you need to go to your primary doctor.
Yes, sir.
And then he'll tell you whether you can take it or not.
Yes, sir.
So that's been happening a lot with the telephone calls I've been getting. The health department not going to tell you can't have it, but your primary doctor will be able to tell you whether you can receive it or not. So that's the biggest question I get. I mean, after we got the list resolved, as Commissioner was saying, they call and they don't get called back right away or can't get through. Because I imagine that telephone number is being burned up pretty doggone good there.
Yes, sir.
And Tom, as I was saying earlier to you, I had 2 calls yesterday. One from a customer, one from a friend, elderly friend, that went through the experience that Mr. Williams did, and they were thanking me, and I told them, you need to thank the health department. So I'm just passing that on. We appreciate the job you guys have done, and again, as I always say before, if there's anything we can do, just you know how to get a hold of us. I appreciate all the updates that you continue to send us on a daily daily basis also.
Yes, sir.
Thank you a lot.
Tom, I just want to say, I think you're doing a great job also. My wife called and signed up her mother and father. She said the girls were very pleasant. It was a good experience dealing with them. And they were very helpful. And I've had other people tell me the same thing, that it was very easy to call and get signed up. And your staff is very polite to them. And, I appreciate y'all doing it over the phone, because a lot of people I've talked to about it, they're not really that internet savvy at their age. They're not used to it. And they're doing a great job over the phone signing people up. And I just want to commend y'all on that. So.
Thank you.
Any more?
I'm good.
Tom, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for
Keep up
having
the
me.
good work.
Yes, sir.
Let us know about those other vaccines. If they're coming in.
I'll keep you posted as soon as I
Thank you.
find out.
Okay. Okay, at this time, Mr. Kirby. Oh, I'm sorry. Any additions or deletions to the agenda? Do you have, any commissioners want to add anything?
Switching that way.
Okay, I've had one request to switch 9 and 10 around, which I thought made sense. Okay, can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Excuse me, so what did you say, 9 and 10?
9 and 10, items 9 and 10 on the agenda.
On the agenda?
Yeah, we're gonna do 10 first and then 9. Basically, we're gonna get the update on the utility services related to economic development efforts. And, advisory board recommendations.
Yeah. All right, I'm good.
Okay. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda? To approve it?
I move to approve the consent agenda, except for one item. I need number 8 pulled. We have someone in the audience that want to discuss something on number 8.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Number 8,
You wanna, okay, what do you wanna do, number 8?
pull it for discussion. Pull it for discussion.
Okay, put it on discussion. Okay. Okay, I got you.
Okay, and Chair, I'll second Ron's motion. But I'd like to pull, for discussion 1, 7, 10, and 15. 10 and 15,
1, 7, 10, and 15.
correct.
And Ron wants to pull number 8.
That's correct.
Okay. All righty. So,
1, 7, 8, 10, and 15, is that correct?
yeah, 1, 7, 8, 10, and 15.
Correct.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chair, are we going to incorporate that into the regular discussion agenda, or are you going to handle all that right now?
Handle it now.
Handle it right now? Okay,
that's
thanks.
fine. We'll handle it right now. Yeah. Okay.
On number 8, you need to come forward and give your name and address to the clerk.
Thank you all. My name is Edward Turner.
Mm-hmm.
I am a citizen of Columbia County. Grew up here. My concern with number 8, as far as the parks and landscaping, emergency repairs, soccer complex field lights repair for $8,721. Is that a combination of all of the parks and landscaping and emergency repairs, including the soccer complex within the county, or is that just specifically $8,700 going directly into fixing the lights at the soccer complex?
That is my understanding.
That's the light to the soccer complex.
Mhm.
Okay. I won't question the validity of that, but the lights are currently working. I don't understand why the need for the fix there is concerned, but on top of that, the fields are consistently locked with chains and a master lock to where people cannot enter the fields. And this is not something that has just started because of the pandemic, but this is something that has been going on for years. The goals are continuously locked and chained behind I guess you would call it the maintenance building out there. I'm not sure who is over the operations of the fields, but if those are county fields, which they belong to the people who reside here who pay taxes, I don't understand the need to lock them away, even if it is to properly upkeep the fields and keep them from getting battered down. I think there's still the possibility of 5 open fields there that they could be sectioned off once a month. Even you take one field out of the rotation, that way they are continuously given rest, just like farming, and I'm no farmer. But there are much more concerns there with the soccer complex. But mainly, those are the main two things that I am concerned about. I just don't see the need to spend money where things are properly and are currently working and operating. But for whatever reason, they're not allowed to work.
Mr. Chair, he asked for this to be pulled. I told him I couldn't answer all the questions, but Mr. Pittman is here.
That's where I was fixing to go. I was gonna see if Mr. Pittman or Mr. Kraus want to come up and, address this.
First, I want to address the emergency purchase. Basically, what happens is when there is an emergency, something happens and we have to go ahead and take action, we go ahead and take that action, fix it so we don't cause safety issues for the public. We do that on a lot of different issues when there's an emergency. This was one of those storm-related damages. We went ahead and did the repairs. This is bringing it back to the board for the board to approve it, knowing that the work's already been done. It's already been paid. This is to pay for the work that had to be done because of the storm damage. And in terms of the soccer fields, I'm not an expert on soccer fields, so I'm going to defer to Clint.
All right, thank you, David.
Go ahead, Clint. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman is correct on that. The fields being locked at different times and the goals being locked up. What a lot of people don't understand is this sports facility, we have use agreements with these different organizations. The fields are not open to the public to go use at free will whenever they want, when they want. And a lot of times if there's events coming up or things going on, if we've got fields being painted, the goals are pulled off, the organizations lock those goals up to keep people from dragging them back out onto the fields. So there are a lot of times that happens. When the front gate is locked, it's locked because we've closed the whole facility, either due to wet conditions, field repairs, could be fertilizer or spray applications done on the field. If the front gates are closed, normally the whole facility is closed. But there are a lot of times that the goals and stuff are locked up for the reason that if folks are using that facility, they are supposed to go through that organization in order to be on those fields and to be able to use them because they have a use agreement with Columbia County. And because it is a public facility, we do have a lot of taxpayers that I'm a taxpayer, I should be able to go out there whenever I want. And that's not the way this facility is set up. So that's why it is locked up and why the goals are locked up many times.
And a lot of that is because TDC money is involved in this also, right?
Well, that does come into play when it comes to tournament issues and stuff like that.
Yes.
But the biggest thing is, and the public is not educated on this because if they're not affiliated with those organizations and they don't have kids playing in those organizations, they don't understand that the county does have field use agreements and contracts with CYSA, girls softball, boys baseball, adult softball. Those people have operational memos of understanding or contracts with the county for those facilities. And you can't just go out there and do what you want to when you want to.
Mr. Pittman, are there any fields in Columbia County you could send him to that he might could have some soccer games on, or just open to the public like that? Or?
Well, and that comes into play also. We have fields over on Lake Jeffrey, which, are practice fields that anybody's more than welcome to go to. There is a restroom facility there, but there's no lights. So what we run into this time of year when it gets dark early, by the time folks get off work and all that, it's dark. The soccer facility is the only facility we have left in the county that the lights are not automated. They're on timers. So if people get out there in the right amount of time, they push the button, turn the lights on, they can play on fields sometimes where they're not supposed to be. But it's been an ongoing problem ever since we took that facility.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pittman.
No.
You need to come up front, give your name and.
My name is Shane Edge. How are the people of Columbia County supposed to know when they can and when they can't play on the facilities?
Well,
when can we go to the facilities? When can we take our kids out there and practice on our own? When are we supposed to know when we can and when we can't do that? Because I know you guys close it on the weekends, right? Because of tournaments, big tournaments and stuff like that. But during the week, when guys want to go out and play soccer, how are they supposed to know when they're able to go?
They are supposed to coordinate with those organizations that are affiliated with those fields. If you want to play on the soccer fields, you need to coordinate with CYSA. Baseball, Columbia Youth Baseball. So, it's all.
So even, and I'm just trying to figure this out. So everybody pays taxes to keep the upkeep of these fields, but they can't use the fields.
No, that's a misconception.
That's what I'm asking, because I don't know.
Those organizations raises money to help maintain those fields and all themselves.
So our taxpayer money doesn't go to help those
Yeah,
fields?
some of it do. A lot of it is TDC money, which the only way you pay taxes on it, you sleep in a motel out there on the interstate.
Mhm.
That's the only way you'll pay bed tax. And there's an agreement between the Board of County Commissioners, this Board of County Commissioners, and those organizations out there, and the TDC. This has been the biggest nightmare I can always remember. People, the need for recreation in Columbia County continue to grow. And we wouldn't have what we have now if it wasn't for this collective agreement between those four entities to keep up a complex like that. And it's hard to tell a person, well, you can't go, although maybe some of my tax dollars is in there also, which is true.
Right.
But the long haul is better to do it this way than to let people go up there and tear it up. When we had it open, it cost more to keep the damage and the demolition that was done by leaving them open than it was like we're doing it now. We just couldn't keep the fields up when it was open to the public. Because people don't care. If they don't, if it's not, if it, and I'm not saying you're one of those.
Right.
You're gonna tear it up, but you cannot maintain open field with the public like it's easy to do. It's not easy to do.
No, I understand that. And his job, and by the way, they do a great job.
Yes.
These fields have never looked like they've looked now. I mean, you guys do a wonderful job. I'm here because of Coach Eddie and Mr. Trent. But the question is, so if I want to get a group together, just a normal group, and we want to play pickup soccer on a Tuesday night, I have to go to CYSA and talk to the president, correct?
Mhm.
And he'll tell me, yes, I can, or no, I can't.
Mhm.
So what determines the no, I can't part?
Well, unless they have something going on in the facility, there shouldn't be a no, I can't,
Okay.
unless I have the facility closed for maintenance.
Okay.
And to address this concern countywide, you might be aware that the county had bought 500 acres off of Lake Jeffrey and
Right.
Balconard that goes over to 41 and just about up to Moore Road.
Okay.
And that facility will have flat fields on them to do just what you're talking about you want to do now.
Okay.
They will be open to the public to be able to do the things that you're talking about.
Just a general idea, how long, when would that be able to take place? When would that be done?
We'll
I guess.
think, what stage are we now? We bought this property, 6-8 months ago?
That's correct. Right now, we're currently trying to get information back on the grant for the master plan that will lay out the whole facility. And then we can start with construction in certain areas.
Okay.
But the way things are going and funding and all that, it'll probably be a couple of years before we actually break ground, to where it's usable, for
And again, the fields are better than they've ever been because of this.
And Mr. Egg, I would add,
Shane.
we're trying to establish more fields in the county.
Right.
That's why we bought this property out off of Lake Jeffrey. I would like to see more fields open to just kids want to go out and play soccer too.
Right.
And hopefully when we have this over here, we'll have a couple of fields that you can just do that on.
Okay.
Shane, is the request this gentleman making and what you're speaking of, is the big issue the lights
No, I don't think it's the
or
lights.
just a facility?
I don't think it's the locking of the facility. It's the big deal. I mean, could we, if we go up there and we want to go out with our kid and have our kid work on their soccer drills or whatever the case is, we can't get on the field,
Gotcha.
one-on-one or, 5-on-5, however they want to do it. But
Well, if they're, just as something to think about, the park that, or the practice field, we call it out on Lake Jeffrey that Mr. Pittman alluded to, is that facility comparable for doing such as that during daylight hours? Or are you even aware
I
of it?
got to be honest with you, I hadn't been out there in years,
Okay. I mean,
so I don't know if it is or not.
it's a practice field, but Clinton's got it looking real good, but what I'm saying, I would suggest that maybe reach out to Mr. Pittman, because there's area, Clinton, if I'm right, in the Fort White, even the Fort White sporting complex, there's areas there to go,
There's areas there.
that's open all the
Not
time.
fields marked out, but there's grass fields you can.
And we've got community centers from one end of this community to the other. I'm just sitting there I'm picking on Robbie, but West Side Community Center, there's,
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah.
We played basketball out there the other day.
that's right.
It's a real nice facility.
But I mean, just to make your group aware and whoever else, because if you're right, we don't educate the public properly sometimes. But you get with Clint, and I'm sure he'd be more than glad to give you possible other areas that you may not even be aware of.
Okay.
And we'll be glad to help you out any way we can.
All right.
On that. And Clint, I'm sure Clint will help you any way he can also.
Yeah, come over here. Yeah, come over here.
There is plenty of opportunity to generate funds in the meantime until that new facility is up and operating out on Lake Jeffrey. So like right now, in the next several years, I believe is the time frame, there's plenty of opportunity to create funds, not only for the CYSA, but also for the county. We hold tournaments out there, and we divide the money up amongst ourselves as adults. If that can kind of tell you anything, people from Mayo, Alachua, Swanee, even Gainesville bring several teams over, and we hold our own tournament. That's money that could be coming right into the CYSA.
We encourage you to.
You ought to coordinate with them. Coordinate with them. More money's more money.
Thank you, Clint. Thank you, guys.
Chair, just for clarification, I called out 7 by mistake. I had no question on that.
You had no question on 7?
No.
Okay. Okay, so,
I
think the first one was number 1.
Number 15.
You got number 1, we got number 7 wasn't there. We already covered the gentleman covered number 8. I just circled it for him.
So 1, 10, and 15?
Yeah, and on the, Kevin, I guess this is directed to Kevin. Kevin, on the public works agreement on the County Road 252 Mill Creek 441, when's an expected start date on that?
Has to be complete by December of 2022.
Okay, I just didn't, I guess I overlooked that. Okay,
So for the clerk, that was number 10.
okay. Excuse me? Oh, okay. And of course, we're handling the grant and all and we do the regular bidding process and everything on it. Gotcha. Okay. And then, on the increase, Tom,
What
number
number are you on?
15,
Okay.
last one.
1 and 15.
Yeah, David did.
No,
On
that
the
was,
well, you said on the emergency purchase on the switch.
right, it's the exact same thing we did with the soccer lights. So yes, it's the same.
Yeah. David
My answer's still
covered
going to be
that.
the same as the other one.
The storm dance.
It was
Gotta pay
actually the
better
Christmas
attention
Eve
over here,
storm.
girl. That's what we pay you the big dollar for. Is Tom still here? There he is. Tom, I didn't see no numbers in here, and basically what Tom's asking for here, I agree with 100%. But what is the additional request that we're asking to put on this grant request? Tom?
We recently purchased through grant funds a replacement of our 911 call processing equipment. Due to oversight on my part and our vendor's part, we did not replace the monitors on that system. Subsequently, Smart Cop, our CAD vendor, did an update, which is requiring us to replace monitors because the ones we currently have do not have enough graphics capability. And because of the size, the CAD screen kind of runs off the sides. So we had AK Associates quote us to replace the 911 system monitor and the 911 map monitors, and we were just going to replace them with 19-inch monitors. But since this other issue with Smart came up, we have to buy bigger. We had to buy 24-inch monitors for that. Had to buy new monitor trees. It's prudent to go ahead and replace these with bigger monitors. So we had them quoted for 24-inch monitors. The original grant request was for $1,600 thereabout for the monitors we need. This grant is for about $6,000. Shouldn't be an issue with the state since it is 911 equipment. This grant normally is required to be submitted by December the 1st every year. However, because of COVID and everything, they've delayed that till January 20th. So it is a reimbursement grant though.
Well, and I appreciate what you said, Tom, and you're exactly right. And I know the other board members here doesn't attend the 911 meeting, but I just wanted to make sure the board understood that this just wasn't a wish list of Tom Brazil and his staff, because the Smart Cop update was unannounced to us, and basically it cost us money. And but I'm pretty sure that the final agreement was us and the sheriff was going to split the cost of that, correct?
Well, actually, Smart Cop is paying for half.
The half of, you're
of the
right, I'm
issue
sorry.
because
Yeah,
of
the Smart Cop and the sheriff would be paying for
So.
the,
And
The
part of the reason the quote for the monitors were not in the packet itself was Tom had to submit this in time for the agenda. The quotes weren't in at the time.
Yeah.
He can't wait for the next board meeting because it's due the 20th rather than the 21st.
I just wanted to mainly be emphasized that this wasn't a Tom Brazil wish list,
No.
that he just, you know,
He's had enough of
I'm
that.
not buying a gold desk, no.
I appreciate it. Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, consent agenda?
Uh,
Mr. Chairman, I move we, adopt the consent agenda.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Murphy. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have 3 items for discussion this evening. The first item is Southside Sports Complex improvements. So back in the day, the board, along with the TDC, appropriated approximately $2.7 million to be done over 4 phases over several years. The current balance is $406,534. As requested during this budget presentation, staff is requesting the balance to be approved for the following projects in the order that we can do them in. They're laid out for us. 1, field laser and turf plane of infields at $100,000. Parking lot, this grass parking lot that always gets wet when folks are trying to use it. Build it out of millings at $25,000. Placement repairs at the shade structures at $30,000. The covered pavilion over the RC track with track protection, $320,000. That totals $475,000. Once again, we have a balance of $406,000, leading to a deficit of about $68,000. These projects would be funded in the order that we just named, 1 through 4. Keeping in mind they are approximate numbers or budget numbers. I have to have updated pricing. Any balance would have to be addressed for final funding and country club participation. These improvements are for the continuous use of the facility, enhance and improve the amount of use. There's a couple ways you can look at it. If you run out of money, you just kind of stop going down the list, or you get contribution from other clubs. This is not new money. This is money left over out of the original $2.7 million. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, recommended motion is to approve the budget amendment 2114 for $406,534 from reserves cash balance forward 001 8400 584 9098 to capital outlay improvement other than buildings at 001 9041 572 6063.
And this total amount of the 406 is what's left over from the 2007 agreement, is that correct?
That is correct. And it's 406 left over, yes, sir. And we currently think we're gonna be running about 70 over based on these budget numbers. So we, once again, we'll start with item number 1, go towards item number 4. And if we have a shortfall, if other folks aren't willing to contribute, we just won't make it all the way through the list at this time.
Okay, so go back to that screen if you don't mind, Kev.
Which one?
That one right there. Okay, so, hey, I'm sorry, go to the next, the one previous to that, please. Thank you. The, Clint, on the, clarification, field laser and turf playing of infields, that's not us buying a piece of equipment, or is it?
The same thing we did at Columbia High School.
Come in.
Remember Columbia High School? We went in, contracted out.
Contract, okay. Mhm, okay. And, I know Clint and me's talked about it for years, but I just couldn't remember that. And then, of course, I understand the drainage, deal there, no problem. And the shade structure thing, that's a given, you know. Clint explained to us a couple meetings ago, we're bound there. But the cover for the RC track, I'm understanding that that's a $320,000 number that we're working off of. Is that correct?
That was a number actually given by a local vendor here in Columbia County, a budget number by a local vendor.
How long ago?
Year and a half.
Okay. And then, and how long ago was the, quote, Clint on the, or Kevin, on the laser? Perfect. Okay. And that's, and I'm in full agreement with everything, and I understand the possible 68,000, you know, it's out there to do whatever we're gonna do. I get all that. But, and I appreciate what Clint just said, because when these types of things come to us, you know, it helps us with the most recent, you know, the most recent quotes that we can possibly work with, you know, and that's, I'm good with it.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation. I have a question.
Second.
Got a
Clint,
motion by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Hollingworth.
question, right here. I got a comment. The statement.
Yes, sir.
One thing that I know works, and I'm glad to see you going to, lasering these fields with the laser. And, as you look at what you're doing on all your fields out there, if you got fields that you think need to be worked, especially, the infields, if you'll make us a list in when those fields need to be redone, so we can start knowing that we gonna have to approach funding these fields and do those things on into the future.
Yes, sir. That'll be included in my budget presentation. This one was this year for the first time. The original fields that we renovated are getting to that point now where they've got 5 to 7 years of play on them. So they're getting to the point where we're going to have to start that cycle of so many fields a year, you know, to do that.
Okay.
And Clint, that covers all Southside, correct? As far as fields go?
That doesn't cover all of them. It'll cover this first phase. There's 8 fields included in that.
8 fields for the 100 grand?
Right.
Mhm.
And again, that was a quote that was done back when I did my budget presentation. We have since added some clay to some of those fields. So the original quote for the amount it was going to take to do field A might not be quite that now. It's going to fluctuate depending on exactly what they have to do to each field.
Gotcha. Of course, it'd be coming back to us for that, but yeah, absolutely. Good job. Kevin, before you sit down, when are you gonna start putting millings on the parking lot?
I've got to go through the permitting process and all that.
We ain't permitted that yet?
Gotta
Oh,
have the
you
money.
milking that cow?
Gotta have the
Good
money.
job, son.
Gotta have the money.
You ain't had the money to permit it?
Part of that, sir.
Come on.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And I would just like to say before we vote, Mr. Pittman, I concur with Mr. Shane Edge. You have done a great job, and I get a lot of response from people at the park in Fort White, who set the fields down there, how good y'all keep them up and how good they look. And I just want to commend you on the great job you do with the parks and stuff. Okay, at this time,
Travel to other facilities, you'll see what you're getting for your dollar.
exactly, yep. Okay, I have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Likewise.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next item is equipment replacement. Let me remind this board, this come in front of you guys back during the budget process. I would not be here tonight talking about it again if it wasn't for inflation. So you have already approved the purchase of this, but based on inflation, as Clint indicated earlier, we do these numbers and it takes a while before the process we actually buy them. But just for memory refreshment, Knuckle Boom, that's your grapple truck for $170,000. The tractor is your skid steer with a mulching head to eliminate double handling of the materials on the side of the road. The bucket truck, Commissioner Murphy requested us to look at a used one. We did. Mr. Joe Crackle, our sign shop traffic signal man, come back. The boom / the bucket, the maintenance of traffic, et cetera. That nobody else had one used available. It's my understanding that Mr. Smith reached out to Commissioner Murphy. They had a conversation about that. And then your power broom. Once again, this is a manufactured broom in lieu of the apparatuses that we're using as attachments. 170, 110, 137, 515, and 65,000. Will be funded as listed. Keep in mind, these quotes were provided during 2021. Since then, the cost of these items have increased in the amount of $65,068.82. So we reached out back during the budget process as we were building it. We got estimated quotes. Here are the actual quotes. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, recommended motion. Approve budget amendment BA 2115 for $65,070 from reserves, equipment reserves 101-8400, 584-9097 to capital outlay equipment purchaser 101-4270, 541-6064.
Kevin, to come up with this additional money, which one, were there big jumps in certain ones or something?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
Well,
Yes, sir.
after I'm done. So, and then on the power broom, you're saying that's a power broom, all self-inclusive piece of equipment?
If you recall during the budget workshop, we
Yeah, I
discussed
do.
this.
I
That's
do.
correct.
But just for public's record, what I'm saying is that the 65, the justification there, this unit because now the attachment's got to be hooked onto another piece of equipment and used as per se. Is that correct?
It's very like and similar to the tractors with the brush cutters that we
Yep.
used for years. Then we went and bought it's kind of like buying a farm tractor with a bucket on it versus putting a bucket on the farm tractor.
Mhm.
Correct.
I got you.
Mr. Looker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm trying to get back to the original price was estimated at, is this right, 475,000? Is that right?
Sir.
Come on, the original price was 475,000? And you got 68,000, it's like over 10% inflation in a few months? You got the numbers.
Yes, sir. If
You got the quotes before?
Yes, sir. So we go get budget numbers. Because
Yeah.
this board has to approve the purchase of this. We don't get actual quotes. We call companies. What is your budget number? Mr. Looker, it's kind of like building materials right now. It went up 25% in the last 90 days.
So do you get written quotes? I mean, this stuff
No,
is
sir.
up a lot.
No, sir. We come from this board. We say, this is the equipment we need to purchase.
Okay,
At the day, estimated cost is $50,000 for this tractor. That's what the dealers tell us. A year later, by the time we actually purchase it, we go obtain actual quotations. Those are the numbers.
so this is from the budget workshops? How old are these quotes?
So we have to obtain, the budget workshop starting in the
I've been
summer.
going to these for 15 years, so this is
About
how old
a
are
year ago,
Right.
we obtained these budget numbers.
So you're saying all this equipment went up over almost 15% in a year?
And that's what it says, yeah.
Yeah. Just checking.
Got to have it.
I don't think it's gonna get any better. So, okay,
I move, Mr. Kirby, can you say that again and I'll so move it for you?
Approve budget amendment number 2115 for 65,070 from reserves, equipment reserves to capital outlay equipment purchases.
So moved.
I second.
okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Hollingsworth, a second by Commissioner Williams. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you. The final item for discussion, Olino to its Tutney Trail maintenance. This is a bike trail that starts at Olino Park and winds up at US 27 on the Itchtuck River. Little history on this, since the conception, when the county took it over, we did farm out the maintenance of it for a long time. We got to a point, we hired, Fort White was growing. We put a couple of employees down full-time at Fort White. It kind of become noted that, maybe we can do the trail ourselves. Well, we did that. Fort White continues to grow. Mr. Ford brought this out at budget workshops. He said, let's entertain putting it back out to bid. So that's what we did. Successful bidder maintained the right-of-way located on 27, 4.8 miles from Fort White to the Itchtuck Bridge, County Road 18, approximately 10 miles from Fort White to 441, 1 mile Highway 441, Sprite Loop to Olino State Park entrance. This does include the parking areas at the entrance to Sprite Loop. Contractor shall provide necessary labor, materials, and equipment to maintain the trail in accordance with the specs. Once again, initially bid out in 07 at $20,000 annually approximately. Your full-time employees, 2 of them in 012. Once again, let's try to do it on our own. We did it. We keep adding to work. The current board asked us to revisit bidding it out. Bids were received on the 22nd of December. Staff is recommending the contractor, Terra Green, at $16,600. So for years, it was $20,000. This contractor says $16,600. Board, I'd like to remind, anything under $25,000 does not require sealed bids. We could have just got quotes. But I wanted an effort of transparency to go out, Mr. Pip and I, and get sealed bids on these kind of projects. Recommended motion, Mr. Chairman, to contract with Terra Green LLC for bid number 2020 CC for $16,625. And that will require a budget amendment because we were not doing it for this time. A BA 2117 for $16,625 for reserves cash ballot forward to contractual services. So I have 2 proposed motions on the table for you.
Board. I'll start off on this. I asked Mr. Pittman and Mr. Kirby to go out and get some bids on this work. We have 2 guys at the softball fields in Fort White at this time. They're trying to maintain the fields, keep it mowed. The library, they have several duties other than this bike path. The bike path needs some attention. The guys are doing all they can do. As everyone knows, we haven't had any inmate labor for almost a year now. And it's just time that we do something different on the bike path. And I think Mr. Pittman and Mr. Kirby agrees with that. For the price we're getting this done for, I don't think we can hire people to do this work at that price. So I'll make a motion that we approve this a bid award at this time.
Second.
For 2020-CC Leno's Dutney Trail Maintenance to Terra Green for $16,625, the low bidder.
Mr. Chairman, we can't do it in-house for that much.
They go to your house for that.
No, I agree with everybody here. There's no Clint, and I don't blame you for it. I went down there to look at that fiasco. that'll be a big burden off of Clint Pittman's, shoulders. And I'm sure, in this right here, and I'll go on the record, Mr. Looker, we'll bat heads about this because he's been wanting a bike trail down there toward the front door of his house for a while. And, I ain't voting on bike trails no more. This is I don't know who this contractor is or anything, but, from what I seen, stopping on that trail 15 times and doing the septic tank prod rod, as Rocky calls it, I wish him well, but if he cleans that thing up and exposes 10-foot asphalt where 10-foot asphalt is, I hate to tell whoever he or she may be, but they're fixing to lose their tail because they got them a job on their hands. And I'm sure, I mean, look what we added to Fort White in just the last 2 or 3 years. Parking lot, new fields. You go by there today, there's 10 trucks of clay out there. You know, they got their hands full. And I don't blame Clint and his crew for wanting to get as far away from this monster as you can, but I'm just glad it's in Rocky's area because Rocky can handle all the complaints on it.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to get around. And I'm not saying Mr. Pittman asked me to do this. I asked him to do this. He was doing the best he can with it, and there's no doubt it needs some attention. But I understand where he was at it, down there with it, and I think this is a good move at this time to do this.
Yep. Call the question.
Okay,
You had a motion, I second it.
you had a motion. I motioned it.
Yep.
Made a motion. Commissioner Hollingworth seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And okay, I also make a motion for the contract service.
Budget.
I'm sorry.
You want to read it for you, sir?
Yeah, read it.
The second motion, Chairman, to approve the budget amendment 21-17 for 16,625 from reserves, cash balance forward to contractual services.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second by Commissioner Murphy. All in favor?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Kraus.
Yes, sir. First item on the agenda is budget amendment 2113. Basically what this is at the end of every year, monies have to go from one fiscal year to the next fiscal year. These are 3 grants that we have already reached substantial completion or have completely completed. It would be the Cannon Creek Retention Pond, it would be Rum Island with the 2 grants for Rum Island, and it would be the Columbia City Playground. You've already expended this money. You've completed projects virtually. We've yet to get reimbursed for the funding. Actually, one of them we have been. What this budget amendment does is it takes the money from where the grants are and puts it into the budget so that you can expend those funds. So it's a appropriation or a budgeting of the revenues that were not included in the budget last year. So that's why we're doing it in this budget. So we can go ahead and get reimbursed.
Staff, Commissioner.
If I was staff, I'd make more money.
I move to approve BA 21-13 roll forward grant funding.
Second?
Commissioner Williams, second.
Yes, sir.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Hollingworth, second by Commissioner Williams. Again, Rum Island Park is on this. We do have a handicap parking spot at Rum Island now, right by the bathroom. They poured it Thursday, I believe, or Wednesday. And I went down and looked at it yesterday with Mr. Pittman, and we looks like we might have a host camper lined up to come into that site. So things are looking good for Fort White and Rum Island right now. And I just want to say I appreciate the fine job they've done on the parking with the curb, for the handicap parking in the curb. It looks great. Okay, at this time we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Chair, how's the security issues going down there for you?
Finally got cameras operating and everything's going good, and we'll still get this host camper here I think it'll be, I think we'll have everything pretty secure.
Good.
So the next item I have is the purchase of the PRTG network monitor software. Basically, I'm not sure how many people are aware of, especially in the public, but in December 8th of 2020, the company called SolarWinds was hacked. I believe it was Russians that hacked it. And it was a major hack, affected 33,000 US customers. We used SolarWinds. SolarWinds monitors everything that goes on in our computer networks. So that if something's going wrong, it tells us, it alerts us so we can make sure we fix it quickly. With it being hacked, that means it's completely open to anybody. And it was a huge security risk. Our IT staff, the minute they learned of the hack, turned off SolarWinds completely. So what they're asking is, since we can no longer use SolarWinds, we want to go back to the program we used to use to monitor all of our IT activity. It's called PRTG Network Monitor. And so we're asking for the funds and to purchase the $10,714 for this PRTG network monitoring system. Again, it's something that we need so that we can make sure we don't have problems on our computer systems.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
I got a motion by Commissioner Williams,
Second.
second by Commissioner Hollingsworth. All in favor?
I got a question.
Okay.
I'm where's Todd?
Todd's right back there.
Todd, we appreciate you being on your toes when that happened. Cut everything off, because if you wouldn't have, somebody could have been took out the information and held us hostage. So we appreciate you being alert and looking out for what's on our computers.
And David, if I can, what me and you discussed today, just for the public's notice, our monthly or quarterly costs are going to remain relatively the same as what we were paying the previous company. This is just the hardware, whatever y'all call it, to what we hook the new service up.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next one is extension of COVID leave benefits. As you know, when they adopted all the COVID stuff, early on, they said, well, you got to do something about fair labor or family medical leave, and you've got to offer COVID leave. So we were bound by the federal government to offer COVID leave for anybody who tested positive and to offer family medical leave for anybody that tests positive. As you know, the initial legislation expired December 31st, 2020, which means none of that's there anymore. Now, they did pass a law in December that said you have the option of extending it to March 31st, 2021. You don't have to. It's not legally required, but you have that option. In conversing with the attorney and everyone else, we basically have two options. We can extend it. We have three options. We can not do anything, follow the letter of law, just no longer have any of this leave. We can extend it through March 31st, 2021, or the attorney brought to my attention, we could just extend it to the length of time that the emergency declaration is. Right now, you're under an emergency declaration that expires when you vote for it to expire. So that means it could be longer than March, could be shorter than March. It would be up to the board to terminate that leave whenever. Similarly, if I can add one other thing that wasn't on this that we discovered, if you're an employee that is on probation, means you have been hired, but you haven't been here more than 6 months, if you get COVID, you don't get any leave. We don't think that's a good thing. We think if you get COVID or if you get a major medical thing, it really you need to be able to take the leave. One, it was mandated before, and it's just, it's not like you're just taking it to go to the doctor or anything. So it would be for any major medical type situation. So we would request to amend this to say through the end of the declared emergency and to include the waiving of the 6-month not able to use benefits.
Commissioner Williams.
Mr. Chairman, I like the recommendation I think the attorney made on instead of coming back, doing it every 3 months, as long as the declaration is in effect, we extend our policy to go along with the recommendation of that declaration. So I move that we approve the extension of COVID leave benefits through the duration of the declaration.
I'll second that.
Ask a clarification? Does that include also the allowing
sir.
people with less than 6 months to
Yes, sir.
take
It
leave?
has to because they're going to come to work because they don't want to lose their job. And we can't have that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Williams. I have a second by Commissioner Murphy. All in favor? Mr. Kraus, if I could take just a minute.
Sure.
I want to make an announcement before I forget it. Commissioner Witt asked me to announce in the meeting that the reason he is not here is he is in the hospital. He is going under emergency gallbladder surgery tomorrow. He's in pretty good pain at this time. I talked to him earlier today, and I told him we would all include him in our prayers. He want to make that announcement.
Okay.
So the next thing is holiday pay revisions. This was brought to us by Commissioner Hollingsworth. Basically, what's going on is we have a holiday pay policy. We readopted it. It is compliant with federal law, but it changed the way some of our employees had been paid in the past because now we hold them to the letter of the policy, and it has affected some of their pay.
This is something that during my campaign and after and for the last few months that I've dealt with. With the holidays and overtime for some employees, the firemen are included and there's other employees that are included. But what the gist of it, and I'm going to ask Jeff to come down because I don't want to mess this up because he's an expert at it. And of course it's his people. We give 8 hours holiday pay, and tell me if I'm wrong, David. We give 8 hours holiday pay to everybody, whether you work or not.
Correct.
And I know that we're going by the bare minimum of the labor law, but the bare minimum sometimes not right, and laws sometimes aren't right. And in my opinion, once he explains this, I think that it's not going to change my mind. I believe that it is not right. I think that we have to, if somebody's working on a holiday, we have to pay them for working on that holiday. And we don't just pay them for 8 if they work 16 or 24. Because they're actually working that holiday. They're not just accepting pay for the holiday. And I want everybody to have holiday pay. But if somebody works those hours, they need to be paid for holiday pay for all the hours they work. And that's my opinion and what I believe is right. Although it is legal to do what we're doing, I feel like we have to do the right thing. If you can talk to us, Jeff, and explain it.
The way holiday works with the shift work, our firemen work 24 on, 48 off. So they work 24 hours at a time. The holiday is not 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. A holiday is from midnight to midnight. A holiday is a holiday. Christmas Day is Christmas Day all day long. The way our shifts fall, one shift will work 8 hours of the holiday, and they should be paid for 8 hours of that holiday. Now we have one shift that will work 16 hours of the holiday. And the way it stands right now, they're only getting the holiday pay for 8 hours of that holiday, even though they're actually physically at work for 16 hours of that holiday. And then the shift that doesn't work any of the holiday at all just gets 8 straight hours. We're a little different than a lot of the rest of the county because somebody has to be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We can't say you get 8 hours off to sit home, like the 40-hour-a-week employees do. So we think that, and what was brought to Commissioner Hollingsworth and all is that all we're asking for is that we be paid for the actual number of hours that you work on the holiday. If you work 10 hours, get paid for 10 hours. If you work 8, get paid for 8. If you work 16, get paid for all 16 of the holiday pay.
Okay. Chief, doing the, I've heard this can kicking again.
Yes, sir.
Doing the, and I don't remember, well, I asked, where's Mr. Thomas?
Commissioner Williams, would you talk to the mic so everybody can hear you?
I asked Mr. Thomas to explain to me what was going on in an old country boy term so I could understand it. I understand it. But during the process, I remember when this went on with you and Ben.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
And how long that's been ago?
That was in May of this past year.
And prior to this being changed, that's the way it was working.
That's the way the fire department was paid for the first 13 and a half years it was in existence.
All right, and I don't remember the whole criteria on why it needed to be changed. Can you remember why Ben thought that, or David, or one of y'all tell me why they thought that it would be the best to change that policy to take away it was working for the 13 plus years to last year?
Basically, what happened was the policy was written a certain way, and it was interpreted differently by the fire department than by other people. So at this point in time, when they had this discussion, the decision was, we're going to interpret it one way, and this is the way we're going to interpret it. See, when the fire department was first set up, it was modeled because after the EMS system that we had here, because the EMS worked 24 on, 48 off, just like the fire department do. So everything that we did was modeled exactly after what they did as far as holiday pay and stuff like that. And that's the way it was done for the first, like I said, 13 and a half years. Now, it was brought back to us then that Mr. Kraus said, the policy looked like it could be interpreted more than one way. And it was brought back to us that the language just was going to be cleaned up. And so there would be absolutely no change to the way we were paid or anything. The language was just being cleaned up, and it was brought to y'all to be cleaned up. But once that cleanup was done, we actually lost 8 hours of holiday pay.
And I want to say to Commissioner Williams, we did this for 13 and a half years, and then all of a sudden we didn't do it anymore. So there isn't a new thing we're asking for. It's just to go back to how we did it before. And what really concerned me, and I know that they didn't know that the non-change in policy, but the new interpretation of policy was going to be, you're not getting paid.
Right.
Because if they did, it wouldn't have been on consent agenda, and we'd had a few firemen in here, I believe.
So in effect, for years, the county's payroll was done on paper, by hand, by each department, by a secretary in each department. Last year is when we switched to a computerized program written by Patrick, where the payroll is done through the computer and it treats everybody exactly the way that it was programmed to. So that's part of the reason why suddenly, when somebody looks at the policy and says, that makes sense to me, so we do payroll this way, and for years it's accepted. It was on paper, that's the way it was. Once it got into the computer, there was no exceptions. It was done one way, and that's it.
And what was the memo that went out and said that it wouldn't affect, the pay scale? Wasn't there a memo? Tell me about that.
There was a memo when it was brought to the board last time. There was a memo to the board, and I don't know the exact wording of it.
I can say it. I read it today. I'm sorry I don't have it. It said, this is not a change in policy, just a new interpretation in policy. And I can believe in my heart, if I were a fireman, I would see that and I'd go, there's no change.
Mm-hmm.
So hence the easy way it happened,
Well,
And this doesn't just affect the fire department, it also affects other departments as well.
Yes.
I guess it's say other apartments with it. What is the reason of saying if we do it this way, we'll bankrupt the county?
I don't know who said that, so I can't say the reason is. The current interpretation of the policy is the strictest interpretation of the policy, so that it pays out the least amount of money for holiday pay. So obviously, if you change the policy back to the way the practice used to be, there will be a financial implication, but it'll be similar to the financial implication you've had historically.
David, I would suggest that you write a policy on this and bring it back to us to vote on and correct this situation.
And give us a call. Jeff can do that. I think he's done it a little bit, so he'll know exactly, pretty close to what it is. But there's also, during this discussion, we need to talk to a couple other departments because we have some other issues. It's not just about the fire department.
So what we'll do is we will look at the policy. I'll talk with you individually about the policy and the way it's going. And we'll pull actual payrolls from Christmas versus Christmas last year, Christmas the year before. So you can see actual days. Staffing should be roughly the same, except, like I say, in Public Works where they had a storm. But that way you're comparing apples to apples, and you know exactly what that implication would be.
And the fire department, I think it's not going to be a huge amount of money. Now, I may be speaking out of turn.
They'd be
but-
staffed the same way
Yeah,
each time. There'll be
yeah.
a little bit of difference in overtime rates, not because of the change in holiday pay, but just if somebody pulls an extra shift for somebody. or
I
they
just
stop.
want to pay the man for the work he does. That's all.
Absolutely.
But David, just for clarity, whenever, and me and Jeff had a lot of conversations about this, and I'm with them. I understand what they're saying, but my point is, and I don't think you're remembering to be forthcoming here. This was not a Board of County Commissioners decision. This was handed down by the clerk of courts, said that they were not going to do it. And so who writes the check?
So what
So
happened?
let's spread responsibility where responsibility is here, because everybody in this room is escaping around that. That's a fact.
You're absolutely correct. The clerk of courts started the ball rolling by saying, we're paying people, we're not paying people according to policy.
Correct.
Their feeling is, they don't care what the policy is, but if you're going to have a policy, that's how people should be paid. And that's absolutely correct.
And did they not go on, continue to say, because me and Jeff had this conversation, and I'm with Jeff on this side.
Absolutely.
Because exactly what one of my firefighter friends, just what Mr. Hollingsworth just said, well, it ticked me off too, because it's an interpretation by another individual. So this one reads the Bible this way, this one reads the Bible, and that's basically the way me and he took it. And they're right. But my whole point is that didn't they also go on to say it's not legal to do?
No.
Okay,
They
well,
did say, what they
I
were,
just want to make sure that everybody understands.
so what
We're
they
getting
said,
stories, Jeff's getting stories, they're getting stories. Let's get the damn story
So
right,
what-
and let's do it one time.
what the clerk of courts was saying is if the Board of County Commissioners sets a policy, you have to pay according to the policy. Now, if you're not paying according to the policy, that's what's illegal.
David, I understand there's some questions about overtime pay in the road department stuff too. And what I'm asking you is to get with these department heads, you address this and get a recommendation together and bring it back toward us to the board, for us to look at for approval. Because obviously we're gonna have to write a policy on this, and that's gonna be your job.
Yeah, before you can do anything, we would have to bring a policy back to the
would
board,
you-
to the board to
Go ahead, Commissioner Williams.
I see a storm coming, and it's, and the heck with it, don't worry about weathering a storm. But we got to change our policy from what we have now to do what we are speaking of doing for the overtime for the firemen and other employees in the county. How do that affect the program that Patrick created for our payroll? How is that gonna work now?
You will have to reprogram it to match whatever policy the board sets. So, I mean, Commissioner Murphy's right. We have to pay according to the policy, because that's what the board says. This is what you'll pay on. If the board changes that policy, then we'll have to go back to the program and change the program to match whatever policy the board sets.
And you know that decision comes from the clerk of the board.
Yes.
We know who done that. You know, it was protested. Mr. Murphy is saying it was more in this besides this Board of County Commissioners. They say this is how you got to do that, or they wouldn't write the checks.
That's right.
Am I right?
That's a fact.
So
Absolutely
they're the
correct.
clerk of the board.
All three
And-
times I did, I ran up against a brick wall, and you're exactly right.
And every time they change somebody in the clerk's office, the interpretation changes.
Mhm.
So we got to hear what you do, David, and I think someone just made that suggestion. You come up with what we need to fix this. We write a policy, Joel, to do what this board wants done. And then if we got any problems from who's gonna be over the payroll or the clerk of the board now, If they refuse to do it, then we go to the clerk himself.
Say that one.
This is what the board wants to, if someone deem it's not right to do that, the hell with them.
Well, as long as it's meets the law.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the law is the bare minimum, so there's no law saying you can't do more. You know, there's no law saying you can't do more. But for clarification purposes, I do want Mr. Kirby to come up and talk to us and tell us how this affects the county road department and their situations they have.
The easiest example I can give is 2 weeks ago on Christmas Eve. At 5:30, a storm hit Columbia County. Phone rings, I start calling men, no problem. Christmas Eve. They left their home, their family. A lot of them worked all night, some worked till dinner time, Christmas Day. The way the current interpretation of the policy reads, if one of them men went to a funeral, to a dentist, to a doctor appointment, or took a day off, he didn't physically work 8 hours. The first 8 hours that he worked on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, whatever the situation was, he was penalized. On a weekend, the normal work week is Monday through Friday, not the pay week, work week. We hire people, we tell them Monday through Friday, with the exception of EOC and the fire department. A man earns a benefit of annual or sick leave. He takes an annual or sick day. Storm comes in Friday night. He comes in work Saturday. He does not get time and a half because he did not physically work. So he gets penalized. That is in compliance with the minimum standard of the law. I reached out to our county attorney. He educated me. There's nothing illegal, as Commissioner Hollingsworth said. We're not doing anything illegal. What are we doing the right thing? Mr. Foreman also educated me. There's nothing wrong with going above and beyond. At the end of the day, somebody said it right. Back in the day of hand to paper, departments were figuring their own payroll. Be honest, they were just doing the right thing. Computerized error come out, et cetera. Everybody went to doing it. It did it for you. But this affects everybody, all county employees. With those phones, just like a fireman, just like all your other guys. Clint Pittman works tournaments. He reaches out. We do tournaments in excess of 50% of the weekends in this county. He reaches out to various departments to get help. If he calls Blake to get some workers, that guy didn't realize they needed them Saturday and Sunday. If he knows that he went to the dentist, to the doctor, or took a day off, it's not advantageous for him to go work on Saturday in his mind at straight time versus time and a half. So in my humble opinion, when Mr. Kraus, Mr. Foreman prepared this policy, it's real simple. All full-time county employees, as long as it's not leave without pay or disciplinary action for absence, a Saturday or Sunday, with the exception of EOC and the fire department, because they are shift workers, it's time and a half. On holidays, it's double time and a half. That is, when we hire people, we tell them about holiday pay, leave pay, sick pay, and your check. That's what we tell people when we hire them. So the easiest example is Christmas Eve, in my opinion. Okay?
And I want to say about Christmas Eve, and I know somebody might have got a call, but I never knew there was a county employee working Christmas Eve. And that is a credit to you and your department. And when I got up next morning, I was able to go wherever I wanted on Christmas Day to my family or where I wanted. I wanted trees anywhere. So it's kind of, the reason I'm passionate about this is I've been a $12 an hour employee when I was younger. And I can believe that if I went on a Wednesday to take my sick mother to the hospital, and then they called me on Christmas Eve at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be tough for me to say, yeah, I'll give them some more of my time and spend the entire Christmas day without my children and my family, but I'm not going to get paid for it, like I should be paid for it. So, it's something that's very dear to me because I think a man works, he ought to be paid. And that's all I want to say about it.
And the guys that's out there on the Christmas Eve that Kevin's alluding to, these guys, me and Kevin's had this discussion many, many times. They come running. You know, I was right out there with them that night. It was, these guys, they're groomed for it. They do a heck of a job. These are the kind of guys that we need to bring in here along with every other department in this community, in this county, and recognize them guys, because that guy stuck up there in that bucket truck at, last time me and him talked was right there by Ricky Philpott's house was 12:35 that night, but he was still smiling and doing his thing, so, it's all good. But David, have we had any discussion with the new clerk of courts relevant to this?
We have not.
Okay, I know where the other clerk of court stood, but but I'm, what Mr. Hollingsworth is doing here, we've all been there, but we got shut off at the road. But if there's a way, I don't want to say manipulate, but there's a way to do it, we need to do it. And, but the clerk of court has got to be in. So when you're sitting down putting this policy together, I urge, when you reach out to Kevin, reach out to Jeff, let's include the clerk and whoever he wants there, because they're going to be able to put their 2 cents in, and he's the one that writes checks for everybody. So, he needs to be included.
And the reason Christmas Eve was a good example is, let's face it, you have 2 days off. So you literally work 3 days. There's no way you can hit 40 hours that week.
Yeah.
So anytime you come in that week, even if it's Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, it's going to be straight time.
Which way?
And I'm being very positive, David. We know that we as a board, last year during the budget workshop, we supported the STEP program that Ben was working on to get our employees countywide up to where they need to be at, where we think they need to be at. I said I don't care about these surveys, what other counties pay them. We pay them what we think our employees work. So I don't want to have anything else to do with surveys anymore. And so I want this board to still be supportive of putting money into the county coffin to start working the first phases of the STEP program. It's something that an employee can look at and say, I'm here now, and I know if I'm here this many years, this is where I'm going to be at. And the only thing that really adds to a STEP program, if I've been working with the county 15 years and making $30,000 a year, and here's a man just coming in, making by his whatever, so you got to put that separation within those steps. So I hope this board is still committed to that STEP program for the county employees.
And to my understanding, that STEP program has been put together, analyzed, all staff looked at, or management. It just hasn't been presented to us.
Mr. Scott did a lot of work on it. He refined it. The files are still there. So we can proceed with it as part of this budget
That's
cycle.
going to be one of them, that's going to be a workshop, because you ain't going to get it hammered out. We'll meet like
Correct.
this.
In addition to that, you also have the raise in minimum wage.
I would advise the board also to keep in mind what they voted on this past election with a $15 hour minimum wage and the requirements to get to that $15 hour minimum wage. That's going to play a big role in payroll.
Yeah, I think that's the full impact of that constitutional amendment will be 2026 before it reaches the $15 an hour. So it's in steps. But here again, I hope that by the time we implement the whole 2016, that we're above that with our employees.
It may take care of itself.
Yeah, I hear, it disturbed the heck out of me to know that we spend money training, and I'm gonna talk about fire money. Now that's one right under our department. We spend money training firemen. We pay them this salary right here, and just as soon as the opening come around in Jacksonville or Gainesville, they're up and gone with the money that we'll spend on them getting them eligible. So that just tell us now that not only, we are low, but we have to have our salaries in these, throughout this county to have people comfortable by taking a job and staying here.
I agree. So David, you gonna bring us back a policy?
Yes.
Okay.
Clint, real quick, if I may, me and Clint's talked about this 100 times. The issue about working people at this tournament thing, I concur, it's not right the way, because it's hard enough to get help out or do anything. But Clint, in the past, have we ever looked at the possibility of what's an average guy that comes to work from Kevin, that comes out here to work the tournament? What do they make an hour for that?
Well, it depends. We've used.
Okay, just say a guy that makes $15 an hour, so he makes time and a half of that. Is that correct if he's got his full 40 in?
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you got time and a half of that. My point is, have we ever went down the road to say, to do an evaluation? Okay, well, you're going to have this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, assign them to your choice of who goes. But we've got a MOU with Babe Ruth Association. Why can't we assign that money? Say, okay, Babe Ruth, we're going to recommend that you take this. These are the people that have signed up. Boom, come over there for that weekend. It's going to cost $3,500. We give the money to Babe Ruth, and they turn around and pay them people with a 1099 at the end of the year. Is that legal?
No, Dick told us that wasn't legal.
Yeah, we actually did that when we first started tournament play.
Mm-hmm.
Where we run into an issue there, you've got a third party being a 501c3 paying county employees to operate county.
We're not saying that we got this list. We got this, and just like Robbie said a few minutes ago, there's right, there's wrong, there's gray areas of the law. But the CPA that I've been talking to, he says, yeah. So all I'm saying is that Clint Pittman provides this list of 1 through 12. Okay, somebody in Babe Ruth, actually, they're all, and the reason I say Clint Pittman provides that, because Clint ain't going to turn any fool loose on a bunker rate. Correct? You know what I'm saying. So we don't want just any Joe Blow. So if they come in there and they qualify that Babe Ruth, this man is acceptable. He can run we'll let him on our equipment. We'll let this one do this, that, and other. But Clint doesn't have nothing to say with, these are qualified people. Whoever runs Babe Ruth today, boom, they go down that list. They call 6 people. Do you want to come to work this week for $25 an hour? And we're going to pay you $25 an hour and give you a 1099 at the end of the year.
Okay. Well,
that's legal, from what I've been told.
That part of it is legal and can be done, but then we get into the liability issue. That was the second step of this. We can't put somebody on county equipment operating on county property. It becomes a liability issue, and then it also becomes a disgruntled side.
Mm-hmm.
If one of those folks on that list that's getting a 1099 becomes disgruntled for whatever reason, they file with the labor attorney. Now they're saying that the county should have paid them time and a half or double time and a half or whatever it was for their time there. We went through this several different channels, and there was, between the liability and the possibility of a disgruntled employee saying that he wasn't paid by the county, he was paid by a third party.
And I see exactly what you're saying. There's a fine line in there toward the legality part of it, and that's why I'm saying always work pretty damn close to the gray. And, but I see what you're saying, Clint, and I just wanted to make sure that, because you've had this conversation, I understand I'm being told there, but it's a tough situation, but we have a heck of a problem. That's why these guys got to be compensated, because them entities make a lot of money out there, and it's we just got to protect ourselves. And I appreciate what you're doing. You know that. Thank you, Clint.
Any more discussion on this? So David, you gonna bring us
I will get with the attorney and with the clerk and with the affected appropriate department heads, and we'll figure out what a policy looks like and get something back to you.
Thank you, David.
Okay.
So
Moving
the
on.
next item is stipends for the office, for the property appraiser's office technical support. Property appraiser pays somebody $720, is it? A month to provide IT support in the property appraiser's office. That person's no longer going to be doing it, he's retiring. So the property appraiser walked across the hall and said to the IT department, hey, if I pay you, will you do my IT support? And so that came back to this. The county has had a practice for a long time where if something like this happens, we create a stipend. The money that gets paid to the county, we save a portion of it for benefits, and then give the rest of it to the employee doing it. So this is basically, the property appraiser is asked for us to have us do their IT support. We actually started doing it in January this month. To do that, we'd call for a stipend in the amount of $4,425 for the network specialist, which is the person that does all the servers and backroom stuff that you and I don't really know about. And then $2,925 for the desktop support specialist, who's going to be answering the calls of, I don't know my password, can you hook up my printer? For some reason, things aren't working. Can you make it work? The difference of $1,311 would be the benefits that would go, because you still have to pay the benefits. And so the recommended motion is to create the stipends. We would have to go out. We're asking you to, if you create the stipends, to amend the general pay plan so that we can add the stipends to the general pay plan.
Board.
And I didn't understand what you just said, I think, before in my previous conversation. You're saying we're already doing this?
We do it several times, yes. We have given stipends historically back
No,
for,
we're already doing what property appraiser's office has asked us to do?
right, their guy retired in December, so we kind of been picking up the slack. This was the earliest we could get it on the agenda for the board.
But has promissories been made to somebody that you're gonna get paid X amount of dollars to do such?
The
Okay, who made that promise?
The promise hasn't been made. It was submitted. This is how we've typically done it. But the people involved do understand that it's up to the Board of County Commissioners. Anytime you do a stipend, it's always up to the Board of County Commissioners. So if you approve it, they get a stipend. If you don't, they don't.
So we're gonna approve something that's already taken place.
Yes,
That the board, but you just said a minute ago, the board is the final, the board is the one that's gotta approve this.
the board could
Sounds to me
vote
like
not to
going
do the
around
stipends.
Yeah.
Theoretically, the board could approve not to do the IT support for the property appraiser. And we will follow whatever direction the board gives us. But this is typically how it's done. We were not anticipating his IT person leaving at the end of December.
But was he?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the property appraiser.
It's kind of a different thing, isn't it? They're paid by the county to do a job, 8 hours a day, but they're also getting paid by another department to do that same job. Is that, or do their part
Do a
too?
similar job, but for a different entity, adding more
Okay.
responsibility.
You see my concern.
Absolutely.
David, both of these employees you're talking about right now are hourly guys, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Williams.
First of all, Mr. Kraus, I don't have a problem with the way we're doing it. We've been doing it that way. When another department comes in and says, I don't want to do this anymore, I'll give you a stipend of X amount of dollars in order for you to perform this work. I don't think it's fair to an employee to be added work to him and he does not, she does not get the amount of the stipend. We do, the city didn't want to do mapping. We let crews do mapping for the city. They offered an X amount of dollars. That dollar went to crews for doing that.
Mhm.
We've been doing it this way as long as I can remember when we had to do extra work in that. And what I don't like about it, what I don't like, the other alternative of it is, okay, the city gonna pay you $8,000 some odd dollars a year for a stipend. I mean, the proper appraisal. You put it into your budget. and, you raised Todd's salary up high enough to cover the stipend, get paid for the stipend. Did you
Right.
know? And here again, that means that, okay, I'm getting this stipend. If the proper rates come back and say, well, I think I'm gonna do it now, we got to go back in and adjust his salary back down to this way.
That is correct.
To take that away. And I think that's a lot of work for nothing.
That's on a stipend.
Huh?
That's on a stipend, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about stipend, yeah.
Okay,
Let me finish.
okay. I just want to make sure I understood you, yeah.
Yeah, so if, it does not mean, I've heard people say, well, if this employee can do this extra work, he's not doing everything he should be doing when he's working 8 hours with us. I still think that's not fair to that employee, because they are doubling down on what they're doing and able to be able to have that. And as long as the county do not go slacking in what they are doing for the county, I just think it's cleaner that way.
And then when you come to IT, hopefully, he, she, or whoever's in there doing IT work, that they're just there doing, future planning, this, that, and another, because if an IT man's out there scrambling 8.5, 9 hours a day, we got problems. And normally when they got problems, it costs this board a bunch of money. And so, the system's up and running good and what have you. I understand what Mr. Williams said, but I look at it differently. Because here's the difference. This, in my discovery of this or my research, is simple as this. What Ron talked about the $10,000 stipend, if you want to call it, from the city of Lake City, that's a totally different entity, because we got to tread on very, very light waters here. And the reason I say that is simply as this: 5 commissioners, whoever is sitting here at whatever time, is simply responsible. It's up to us to agree to a budget for a constitutional officer, or it's up to us to either not agree to it. So for the property appraiser, I'm just going to say, or the tax collector, they're going to come back, well, I'm going to start doing my thing again there. And, well, we appreciate it, but we're not going to fund that, because we've already taken steps to implement and give our people that's dedicated the time to try to learn this and do what have you, yeah. Now, Mac, the GIS department is a little bit different. That's coming from a totally outside of our tax responsibilities. That's coming from another municipality that we have no control over their tax base or what have you, and they are farming to us. They're saying what have you. And I'm not going to sit here and bore everybody with the history, how it got to that point, and this, that, and another, but it was it did take but a few minutes in that conversation in between the county manager, Baker County, RGIS guy, that, they're fixing, they advertised for a man for $70-something thousand a year, put everybody around here shell shocked. So it kind of worked out to 5 commissioners' benefit for that to come apart. But my point is simple as this: you've got IT people, you got Donnie, you got all these people that commingles with all kinds of constitutional officers. We do work, when I say we, our GIS department does a pile of work for the sheriff's office. They do a pile of work for the 911. They do a pile of work for Mr. Kirby there. Kevin relies on them, especially these storms. If we don't have them, we're in trouble. So my point is that as a constitutional officer, our GIS, if you don't know it, pay attention. They do a pile of work for the supervisor elections office. So I have no problem when a duty like this comes to be, but I think what we need to do is be very cautious and explain to these constitutional officers, once you go down this road, you ain't paddling back. Don't be asking for no more money back for IT, because it ain't gonna be there. So, and I just think that's the way it's going. I'm all for helping everybody do whatever we're gonna do, but I think I'm like Ron, and IT is a little bit specialized world, but it's in a world I don't really want to get in. But my point is that I think when these services are, and it's up to you, the county manager, to determine how these funds, because I want to get rid of the word stipend, because stipend ran through every restaurant in this town from about last Friday to Monday, and yesterday, and you know, I ain't gonna tell you the story about the stories I've heard, but you know, my whole point is simple as that. I think there's a way to do it, but let's not forget that we coexist with a lot of people, you know.
I don't mind people, like I said, I like people get paid for their work. Only thing that does concern me a little bit, when you're inside your county and your county budget, we're all working together. We got you said that Matt, who does a great job, he gets paid $10,000 stipend for IT, or not IT, for GIS mapping for the city.
To be precise, the city pays the county $10,000.
Okay,
Of that, I believe 7,000 some odd goes to Mr. Cruz,
okay.
and the balance goes to pay his benefit cost.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure that's, you know, that work's not affecting his county work, you know, because the county work comes first. So I just want to make sure he's getting that done.
I'm gonna go, I don't like stipends. I think stipends are wrong. I don't think the county should be involved in stipends whatsoever. I mean, I see our engineer sitting there. Is he gonna negotiate a deal with the city to start doing engineering work, and we're gonna give him $30,000 more a year to do city work too on the side? I think our department heads and some of our employees are farming themselves out for more money, and they're actually subcontractors, and we're paying them with stipends. Now, an hourly man already getting overtime. If he's doing more work, he's getting paid for it as overtime. I don't know how you call that a stipend for an hourly man. Now, salary man, might see that in some way, but a man working by the hour for the county, I don't know how you do a stipend for that when he's already getting overtime or comp time for overtime. I just don't understand how you do a stipend for that.
You know,
Yeah, go ahead.
it does open up, you know, if somebody's working for me and all of a sudden they say, hey, I'm going to work for somebody else and they're going to pay me. Well, is he going to do that work at night, or is he going to do it in my office during the day? And that's my concern. I'm happy that they're able to make more money, but there is a concern, and I'm pretty close to what Rocky's saying. Are we going to have the engineer do this next week? And he'd be totally right to ask for it. And it could turn into a mess. So I don't know what the answer is. I know the city needs him. The city is a complete and different entity than us, though. I understand with the IT, you know, we're county, but when we got the city, so when will the somebody else that doesn't have anything to do with the county say, hey, can you help us? You know, it's a slippery slope, and I understand.
I don't see the difference in what we are saying here and what we done with the financial department that we're gonna address tonight in the county. We pay the clerk of the court X amount of dollars to do our finance or auditing for us. It's the same thing. We paid the clerk of the court $35,000 a year. How much was it?
I think it's 30.
$23,000 a year. Then they gave it to the employees for extra work. Well, what's the difference? There's a county in the county organization too. The clerk of the court is. We pay stipend to pay money to the clerk to do our financial for.
And like you said, they're county entities. They're part of the county.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, what if we have a guy that says, hey, I'm going to go to work for anybody, any entity not even involved with the county, and they say, well, we'll pay your. I mean, I just think that we could get into a mess here. You know, I agree with Rocky, and I don't know how to fix it, but I don't know.
For example, we had our planning and zoning trying to negotiate a deal with Fort Wayne for money. I mean, to me, you got to get away from that. Somehow or another, you've got to get away from that. I mean, what if our red light guy goes to the city and says, hey, I'll start doing your red lights for $15,000 a year? Are we gonna let him just give him $15,000 more a year to start doing the city's red lights?
I think we're looking at hypothetical things that's gonna never happen. To deal with what we're doing now, we got two employees, one
Wow.
employee, right? How many employees we got with them? Two employees,
It's happening right now.
two employees.
No, no.
Every fireman gets a stipend.
Every who?
Well, not every fireman, but it's.
Yeah, we give them stipends well, I tell y'all what we do. Let's just raise their salaries.
That's
Let's
exactly
just
what my
raise their
point.
salaries.
If the man needs a raise.
That's from
we give him a
firemen
raise.
and everybody else. Let's raise their salary high enough that we don't have to worry about this. If the city gonna give us $8,000, I mean, the property appraiser, to do his IT, raise his salary to cover the $2,000.
And that's kind of
That
where I'm
makes
going
sense.
with it, Ron.
That
Raise
makes
his salary
sense.
that much.
That makes sense.
That-
Even the firemen,
That's exactly
If they
what I
have-
just said.
if they have a
Raise his
certification,
salary that much.
if they
And
have,
all
a cer-
these firemen that we giving these extra benefits,
if they
let's
have,
raise their salary high enough that we don't give them stipends. If y'all don't like stipends, that's one way to take care of it, right there.
well, Mr. Commissioner Williams, if you'll give me a chance to talk, I'll give you a chance.
Yes,
Give me a chance.
Well, I had the floor
Okay,
there.
just give me a chance.
You have recognized me, and I was still talking.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here's my point. Firemen, if they have EMT certification, they get a stipend.
Correct.
So do that with a raise. Do that with money. I mean, a stipend or a raise in pay is the same thing. But you end the stipend policy in the county. And I think that's where we need to go with this. We need to end the stipend policy of the county. And if they deserve a raise, negotiate a raise. If someone's already getting stipends, negotiate what it will take to get out to get that stipend and do that. Because bottom line is, we're still paying the money either way. But it stops our employees from going and negotiating with other people for these stipends. And
That
that's where I
100%.
think we need to go.
That needs to stop right there.
All right. Okay. We put a lot of worms in this can. Here's another gonna crawl out. We take our firemen. They get paid a stipend on certain criteria they reach. certain
understand that.
benchmark. Or you say raise their salary to do that. If they no longer are EMT, what we gonna do, deduct their salary back
Yes,
down once they leave?
if you put it in the rate of pay, this is your base pay. If you have EMT certification, this is your base pay. If you have, whatever certifications they have, I don't know all they have. But if you have a stipend for each certification, you can have that base pay go to that certification. And if they don't continue to keep that certification, you just deduct, if they don't have a certification anymore, you deduct that. You put them back down to the base pay where they were at.
And because when they go to the effort to get certified as a EMT and this and that, these as far as firefighters, they put forth a lot of effort to that, and they're proud of them. And once they acquire these certificates, they don't let them fly by. And stipend is interpreted. Here we are back to interpretation a bunch of different ways. But when you sit there and look at it, I'm all for it. If you deserve more money and the money's available, we're going to pay you. But as far as a firefighter, Jeff's probably got people that certified in diving that goes on rescues and stuff like that, I'm sure, and sheriff's office does. And them people need to be compensated for their efforts of their advancement in their profession of what they're doing. I'm all 100% support that 100%. But what Mr. Ford just alluded to a little while ago, a municipality reached out to an employee and said, we want you to do this. What do you think? The employee was smart enough to say, well, you need to talk to my boss. Boom. Then that's when David Krause gets involved. That's the kind of stuff that we can't have. Thank God we had an employee sharp enough to sit there and say, well, you ain't reeling me in this, So, and then it went on. And now, with that being said, the reason why I supported the city's deal, and now I learned exactly what the Fort White's proposal is down there. They're going to be paying Fort White, City of Lake City, whoever. They're going to have to reach out. It's no more different than the property appraiser there. They're going to have to reach out to somebody to pay that. So why not us do our job? And if there's somebody qualified and they can handle it within their scope of work, why not look after our employees too, like Mr. Williams is saying? So that gives us a benefit. But now, the department, how we're sitting there saying this, outside entities, I ain't got a real big problem with that. But like Mr. Hollingsworth said, you start doing it inside your bedroom walls, you fixing to open up a bunch of can of worms here. Because it's just as simple that, all that, even though that works together, and I don't know, Todd can tell you, I ask him 100 questions a week about IT. I don't know nothing. But I do know that the property appraiser's office and the supervisor elections office they can't afford to put a $50,000 a year IT guy on staff because they just don't have enough workload, right? And so my point is, have them two got together and collectively said, hey, we might need to hire one to service both. I'm just throwing suggestions here, but I'm like Mr. Ford. The word stipend, I don't want to see the no county policies no more. If we're going to vote to remove a word, the stipend got to go. But but I'm not sitting here. I don't want to cut GIS's salary, Jeff's, all his guys that get the quote stipend. I'm not here to cut nobody's salaries, but there's a way to do it, to put it in place. Because I'm like, I guarantee you, Robbie, he eats lunch every day. And, I guarantee you've been sitting there saying, well, darn, you're going to give somebody a raise and they're already working for the county. It's just the way, it's perception of the community. And the way we're doing it, it's not real popular. It's not popular.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion. If I get a second, that's fine. If I don't, that's fine. But I move that when it comes to stipends, if it's $10 or $10,000, 10 cents or $10,000, that person that stipend, so-called stipend, affect their salary should be raised high enough to encompass that amount of money that they're receiving. And that goes for everybody in the county that's getting a stipend now. Their base pay, they have a base pay, and they instead of calling it a stipend, it's just part of their pay. I make that motion.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, I think what he's saying is that if we do away with stipends, whoever's getting stipends now, we raise them up to match that pay at this time. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, we'll talk about Todd now.
Yeah, I got you.
If they say $8,661, his pay should be raised that much. And that's his base pay at the time that he get it. That's what his base pay is. If he no longer doing the IT for the property appraiser office, then that reverts back to his base pay.
Okay, I'll throw a caveat in here. And Todd knows I'm not against Todd because I go to him for a lot of support and what have you.
And none of us are against it.
Yeah, exactly. But so the way you've got that motion worded, Mr. Williams. So what if the new supervisor election comes up Monday morning and says, I want to do the same thing property appraisers, and then all of a sudden, boom, you throw $16,000, and I know Todd's not getting this money, so Todd's not here advocating for the money. I mean, he may be getting a part of it or whatever, but so I mean, theoretically, you're talking about jumping salaries possibly $16,000-$18,000 from out of the month.
Well, if we end stipends at this point, no, you're not.
That's what Mr. Williams is saying.
No.
Is that right?
No, my motion was, instead of calling it a stipend, if it's $10,000 that some other entity gonna give a county employee to do some work, just like we did with the clerk of the court when we subbed out our financial department to the clerk of the court, instead of giving a stipend, you just raise that salary up amount to eat the stipend up. You raise that salary by $10,000.
So what you're saying is just like if Tim said, the supervisor election comes tomorrow and says, we want to hire an IT guy, your IT guy too.
They have their
You
own
wanna
IT
give-
person. They have their own IT person.
I'm just saying, though,
Yeah.
that theoretically they could. Yeah.
When Jeff lost it, they lost it.
Well,
I'm
I
telling you,
think,
it's right around the corner, guys.
well, that's my motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
I can't second that.
anybody can say? Yeah, we'll give, Mr. Licker, go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. First of all, as far as stipends, the fire department in the city doesn't get stipends anymore. I'm sorry. The fire department in the city doesn't get stipends anymore, something which the county might want to think about. Every time they meet one of those things, whether it's EMT or whatever it is that they get, then that becomes part of their salary. I think there's just one thing left. So, because when they get stipends, it's not included in their salary, and it's not included in their benefits, it's not included in their retirement. So what you guys are doing with stipends, and what Commissioner Williams is saying, to put it in their salary, it's not a stipend, it's a salary raise. Somebody else is giving you money to give a member of the county staff a raise, period, endo. I mean, and let the record reflect, if there is a record here, that Commissioner Williams is shaking his head, yes. That's what you're doing. You're having somebody from the property appraiser or the supervisor for elections or whatever department. Dale Williams started this years ago. When Todd Manning was working for the county in IT, Jim Poole moved his office. Clearly, the IDA was part of Columbia County. Ron Williams was on that board, I think. But what happened? Dale Williams signed a separate thing with Todd Manning. Todd will remember, I objected to it at that time. Not too many people knew about it. And all of a sudden, he had a part-time job with another organization for the county. So this started a long time ago. I think what you folks need to decide is, number one, you always want to talk about consolidation with the city. You got consolidation here, right there in the annex. So, yeah, Mr. Murphy's smiling. So you need to come up with a policy. I don't know that if Mr. Manning, I guess he's the high-priced guy up there at the $4,000, and I don't know who the $3,000 person is, have all that extra time to work on this. Because I'm sure they're not going to be doing it on overtime. So I think this is a policy decision. This is what you guys get paid for, to make policy. To make a policy, maybe sit down and speak to the other constitutional officers. You know, maybe it's time that the county consolidated all this IT work, or a lot of it. And then people would get paid what they're supposed to be paid for. And when somebody's the director of a department, not being paid on an hourly basis so they can get overtime when department directors don't do that. They're exempt employees. And that's exactly what happens in the IT department. It's been happening for years. Todd Manning is worth $120,000 a year. That's what you should pay him. And if Mr. Morse is worth $100,000 a year, that's what you should pay him. And stop all this bull crap with stipends from here and stipends there and stipends everywhere. Columbia County, Ron Williams said before, I've been listening to him for 14 years now, or 16 years here. He says he doesn't care what other people pay, other counties pay their people. Well, then maybe you shouldn't either. Maybe you should start looking at these people and pay them what they're worth. And then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And with that being said, Chair, before we vote, we ain't got to vote today.
Oh, Stu?
But with that being said, it looks like to me it may be a perfect opportunity for us to sit down and really look at our IT setup. And like, I hate to agree with Stu, but that's where I was kind of leading to the story that, me and Mr. Manning had some brief conversation relevant to it. We do a consolidated county IT department that everybody's understanding. Now, I get it. Me and Mr. Krause had this conversation this morning. And we don't have no jurisdiction over constitutionals.
Mhm.
And we understand that. But rather than just kick it around here and there, and then, everybody in the restaurant's being blamed that you're helping this one, you're helping that one, I think it's time to, and I don't think, I ain't putting words in Todd's mouth, but, maybe a perfect opportunity to explore all the activities that we need, you know, because, we're beating the bush right here, right now.
So-
And I'm for
I got a question.
stipends have got to go. The word stipend.
And I want to make it clear, I'm not trying to take money away from anybody. I want everybody to get paid what they're paying, where to get paid, and if they deserve more, give them more. But doing it with stipends I agree with Commissioner Murphy. That is the wrong way to do it. You do it with a raise. If they need a raise, you give them a raise. And if they're getting a stipend for $2,000 to be EMT certified, give them a $2,000 raise.
That's what I just said.
Okay,
That
I'm wondering,
was my motion.
I'm
No,
wondering.
your motion was to, if somebody
Can we
else
get
come back
another
with
motion then?
stipend, to give them another stipend. And we're in the stipend policy at this point.
I kind of disagree with you. I'm trying to listen to y'all and understand
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
what's going on here, but what I heard is exactly from Mr. Williams, what you heard, unless I didn't hear it that way. He's saying if they're getting a stipend for $10,000, and I've been known not to hear something exactly like my ex-wife used to tell me that. But if you get $10,000, if he's saying, let's give them it won't be 10,000 because we're reimbursed for other things, but however it works with the financials. But he's saying, go ahead and give them that raise. We're reimbursed for it, everything. And so if his motion is not correct, can we get a motion that is correct? Because I read his motion as a raise, not a stipend. You said that he said, give them a stipend.
Well, I read his motion as if somebody offered a stipend or somebody to do work in the future, that you give them that money also. That's how I understood it. Now, if his motion is to compensate people that's getting the stipends now for what they're getting and end the stipend policy from this point on, I'll second that motion.
That's what I said. If we give a person additional work from anybody that wants to come in and say, hey, I need this done, and I'd rather hire a county employee to do that. It's worth X amount of dollars a year to do that, then their salary increased by that much. That's the same thing you said. No different. You said it one way, I said it the other. But when it all boiled down and spill out the pot, it's spilling out even.
Okay, so but are you, so my point is exactly that. So if the supervisor of elections were to come in next meeting, I want to pay the same $8,000. Are we gonna do that?
Well, that's a hypothetical situation,
No, that's
is what you're saying. You're going around the box to create a hypothetical situation. How many times would somebody come to Todd and say, I want you to do my IT work for you? Everybody.
What I'm trying to say, Commissioner, is this the same IT man that serves the property appraiser office, serves the supervisor of elections office? They don't have an IT person now.
So tell me this, what you're saying is, let's just say some other entity other than the property appraiser, whoever that's already paying $8,000 says, let's come in and pay another, I want y'all to handle mine. Can we tell them no when we're already, if we had the policy that,
Well, the question is, are we gonna give Todd and David $3,000 and $4,500 every time another department says we want you to do our IT?
well, if they're willing to pay for it, if
A week
they're.
from now, a month from now?
Yeah, if they're
I want you to deal with that one.
I understand what you're saying. It's just like I said earlier about the stipend. That can go crazy just like this can. So maybe we can get somebody that's a little more, that's dealt with this before, maybe.
Mr. Chairman?
maybe work a policy up.
We should be in the position to say, we got a man to do it. If you want him to work for you, this is what's gonna cost you. Then that person that's doing the work makes the money. It's just that simple. When they no longer.
Which is what we're doing now.
When they,
Except for
when
it's
they
a
are
stipend.
no longer using that service from ever who wanted the contract out, that salary drops that much is cut.
I think I think the way the motion needs to say is we compensate for all the stipends that's out there now. And from this point forward, the county manager negotiates a price with that person to take on more work.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
If the board would like, you could direct me to go back and meet with the Human Resources Officer and draft a proposed policy for you to review.
That'd be great.
But I don't think the county should be making money off that employee, and that employee. Well, I mean, if I'm willing to give you $10,000 a year, why in the heck you want to negotiate?
Because
Okay,
they're doing that out of their budget, Ron.
Huh? But why do I want to negotiate if one is saying, county, I'll give you $20,000 a year to do this for me. Why in the heck do I want to negotiate with him if he already given me that and he's not costing me anything to do the services?
Because here's the thing. I just heard David say a while ago that they were paying $7,000 a month. So not to you? Is that
No,
correct?
$700,
$700.
$720,
Okay.
700.
which works out to about the
About
$8,600.
$8,000, yeah. Okay.
His budget's higher than that, but they have equipment purchases, if they have to hire additional IT people or special projects. But it works out about the same. And the clerk's office did run the numbers.
And I'm not building hypothetical situations here. This is a realistic situation that we're in here.
But you think it is, I don't think it. That's why people are
Well, I
different.
know for a
You
fact
think
that
it
the
is,
same
I
man
don't.
quit. The property appraiser's office quit the supervisor elections office. And I know for a fact, I know the supervisor elections budget, and I know that they cannot afford to go hire a $50,000 a year IT man. That's a fact. So if we succeed to this, Tuesday morning, yeah, I'll take you up on some of that. And then who's to say then that the
Tax
clerk of
collector.
courts doesn't come, and call it hypothetical, call you what you want to. I'm being a realist here. And because ain't a man sitting at this table, we've all played cards, we're all in business. But the guard gets down, that's when you go in for the punch.
And
I will-
and my
We the
question,
punching bag.
oh, I'm sorry.
Taxpayers are the punching bag.
I will never support the county making money off their employees. Never, I'm speaking now.
I agree.
I listen to you.
Yeah.
I listen to you, Mr. Murphy.
Is that what,
Making money off their employees. If an entity want to contract with this county to do services, I think it should be approved by this board to let that employee do it. And if ever what that entity is paying the county to do it, he should go to that employee through a salary. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with Ron on that. I don't think we can go, okay, they want this IT man to help, just like with Matt, who he's doing it now, $10,000 from the city. So
Totally different.
are you saying we want to say, okay, all stipends end, we pay these people more, but we don't take any more money from anybody? Is that what you're saying? Or if somebody does come, like, let's say the city says, you know what? We need somebody that works for cover, somebody that we want to pay this guy a stipend to do whatever. Are you saying, let's let them do that, but we don't pay the employee the amount of money that the city is willing to pay the employee? Because that would be like, Matt, we're not going to give you that 10,000. You're going to do the work, but we're not going to give it to you. I'm just wondering what are y'all saying we should do?
Two different animals, Robert.
Mr. Chairman?
City of Lake City.
Yeah, it's city, I understand, but the
It's totally
county,
separate.
let's just
We
say,
got no jurisdiction over their budget.
right.
They said it, that's a good deal for the
Right.
city, it's a good deal for the county,
Right.
for Matt, we'll just say.
Right.
Okay, us five are over everybody's budget.
Right.
That falls under the realm.
I understand.
Every single dollar that goes to property appraiser, clerk, whoever, we all accept that. We all are responsible for that.
Right.
And
That's where the difference is right there.
and here's the other difference.
So what you want to do is stop it
Hold on.
and not give the
Here's
raise.
the other difference. We pay these two guys by the hour. So if we raise their pay up, that raises their overtime to a lot more. You see what I'm saying?
It costs more money,
It
doesn't
costs
it?
more money than what we're actually getting. So that's what I'm saying.
But we could work that out, couldn't we?
Well, that's why I'm going to give David the opportunity to do
Right,
that.
right. The motion, I see what you're saying. The motion didn't include all that. But I assume that if we're gonna cost us more money, we're gonna get reimbursed. I assume that, but that doesn't say that in the motion. So I understand what you're saying. So we need to be reimbursed for every penny dollar that we're gonna have to
I
spend.
mean, if they're going to do this, if we're going to do this, they ought to commit to a salary and not an hourly
Yes.
based pay.
Mr.
Be a
Chairman,
lot easier.
what we can do is we can go back to Human Resources, work out a policy to bring back to the board so the board can then make a decision. Anytime you're going to do an increase, whether it's a raise or whether accepting additional responsibility for money, still has to come back before the board. So ultimately, the Board of County Commissioners is always going to be making the decision.
And David, again, the affected people in these situations, I'm asking you to please include the Todds, the Jeffs,
Mhm.
the people that are involved in this type of stuff. Because, you know, we all get bombarded, well, we're making decisions not even including, you know, the knowledge of a Todd. But, you know, it's, Lake City's still not 250,000, nothing like that there, but we need to look at all aspects of it. Is it time that we really look at that door to where the IT department is designed and built to a certain standard that they handle all this right here? You know, I won't even go into when Todd handled 911 stuff right there, you know, and then it's, I'm glad it's come up at this point in time. We do need to come up with a resolution of giving Jeff some comfort or something like that there, but
We can bring it back in 2 weeks.
Okay, let's,
I'm good with that.
okay, let's move on. And David, you can bring this back to us with a policy.
No, sir.
Okay, moving on.
Ready, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like you to, state to the record that my motion died for lack of a second.
Okay, Commissioner Williams' motion died for lack of a second. Thank you.
All right, we're going to skip, you said, to this one next, the utility update.
Yeah, we're gonna go to number 10.
So this one's going to be a little lengthy, so put on your seatbelts. I tend to talk too much, and if I do, just hurry me along. Basically, I wanted to give you an update on what's going on, because everybody's talking utilities and economic development these days. What's going on in our county that we're working on and how it all ties together into the greater plan that we have. We have, by the Rudder Plan, identified several target areas for economic development: Bell Road Corridor, I-10 corridor, that's actually 2 locations on the Rudder Plan, the 4775 interchange, Ellisville, and US 90. In addition, we're working with the town of Fort White to try and help them with some of their utility issues. And we have the North Florida Mega Industrial Park, or NFMIP. And with the NFMIP, we need to start looking at the possibility of doing water recharge related projects related to being able to get a consumptive use permit. So on the Bell Road Corridor, the project is in substantial completion. I met with Chad today and we talked about it. All this construction was completed by Werner and the county to meet the deadlines of the Economic Development Agreement. The city has inspected the utilities throughout the process. So basically, if you remember when we did the Economic Development Agreement, Werner said, since we're going to take a grant, we'll go ahead and pay for the water and sewer. County went out and got a grant to pay for the natural gas. And of course, the county got a grant from FDOT to pave the road. All that is basically done. I think they're going to put the last course of asphalt this week or next week. So So like I said, we're almost complete. We are on schedule with what Werner is expecting and for their opening. So once that happens, the whole corridor, both Bell Road or Bell Street and County Road 25 are shovel ready for industrial and or light warehousing sites. Some of them can be large, some of them can be small. We have talked about wanting to expand that and include the US 41 corridor and the US 441 corridor to tie into both ends of Bell Road, because that will then tie it into I-10 And basically, the whole area can be considered as one development area. Now, here's the problems you have. Right now, wastewater has limited capacity due to the pinch points that we talked about 2 years ago. The RIF grant that we got and that the city executed is basically complete. The study's been complete, and they have identified the pinch points that would restrict you from having additional flow from Bell Road corridor to the treatment facilities. What they're proposing is to redirect flows from Young's Park to the Kicklighter wastewater treatment plant, therefore bypassing an old terracotta line and also bypassing St. Margaret's and diverting all that flow from the north half of the county down to Kicklighter. They estimated it to be a 3-year project at about $4 million. And to them, this is a high priority because this is a shovel-ready area. Now, water capacity issues. You have the physical ability to serve water up there. The capacity issues are we still have the limited consumptive use permit by the city. So whatever consumptive use they have that they can access is what would limit your growth. And again, I believe the city's working on that, but that isn't going to be an issue any place you want to grow. Who has capacity to provide the water? Finally, the Economic Development Department and the Building and Zoning Department have been working with surrounding property owners. We're trying to start working with our stakeholders, the people who own the property, to plan for future development so that we know what's coming, so it makes it easier to plan for utility capacity. One of the biggest issues we face when we do the water consumptive use permit is they say, well, what's going to be on it? What's going to be using the water? What kind of water are they going to use? How much water? And a lot of more technical questions than that. We need to have that information should that become an issue down the road. How are you going to offset it? So that's the Bell Road corridor. Any questions on Bell Road?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On the wastewater,
Yes.
we are not shovel ready in that area, and we won't be until 3 years from now. If the $4 million high priority is spent on what the city wants to do. Am I right?
They have some capacity. Of course, a lot of that capacity also gets tied into the rest area in Baker County, which also feeds that Bell Road plant, but they do have some capacity. Do they have unlimited capacity? No, you're absolutely right. Until they fix that pinch point, until they do the redirection, you will have some restrictions on capacity.
Did they give us any idea on what capacity we have?
We could ask, I can't read hand signs.
55,000 a day.
So Commissioner Williams is right.
That could be another trucking operation.
You could get 1 or 2 companies and that'd be about it.
Yeah.
Now you have the ability, the area definitely is the potential to grow much faster than that, but that Commissioner Williams is right. Until you fix the pinch point, until you get the sewer to where you can get it to the treatment facilities, you're limited.
Is the city working on grants for that, or for money, or looking for money to try to do that?
The city has just identified that project, so now is when they're trying to figure out how they're going to approach it and pay for it.
Mr. Kraus, this will aggravate the heck out of me. We've been knowing about this for the last 4 years, 5 years,
Absolutely.
and nothing has been yet. And we still talk about another 3 years. But we've been knowing about this problem for 5 years.
Absolutely.
So, we got to start being leveled with. That's all I want. If an ace is an ace, tell me an ace is an ace. If a spade is a spade, tell me a spade is a spade. Don't lead me on and you get me to the altar and then walk off and leave me. How can we do business this way? How can we go attract business this way?
We can't.
Can't
Can't do it.
it's
But, and what Mr. Williams is saying, go ahead, David, we'll have plenty of
No,
time.
if you, okay.
I said,
Well, the next area is the State Road 47 I-75 interchange that you're all very familiar with. The city is completing the design of their collection system, and they expect construction to be complete by July of 2022. So those pump stations won't be ready until July of 2022. The location of the stations have been identified, but they haven't begun construction yet, so that's kind of the time frame you're looking at. We have an economic development CDBG grant. I just talked to DEO today. It is on the final stages of review, and we should be getting it in the next 30 days for the board to approve. That is to construct water and wastewater lines, to extend them from the development site to wherever these pump stations are that have finally been located, so we now know where to build them to. The developer the other day told you that he has identified the participating party agreement, and he gave you a site plan of what he's proposing. I believe he also submitted that to our planning and zoning folks. If we do this, we're going to be required to do an RFP for engineering, because if it's going to be grant paid, DEO requires everything to go through an RFP process. And the reason I tell you that is with the RFP process, with the design of engineering, and with environmental review, if we started today, it would take 6 to 8 months to get through that process. So if you figure we got 60 to 100 days to get the contracts executed and returned to us, add to that 6 to 8 months, that's about the time frame you're looking at, the soonest that we would be able to do it. But of course, the reality is the soonest is you can't do it until July of 2022. And we have not done this yet, but we do have the potential to hold stakeholder meetings in this quadrant as well to try and kind of coordinate and plan for the design so that we can make sure that the infrastructure meets the potential needs that would be in this interchange. Any questions with 4775?
And we met the other day with the developer, and they agreed that this is the process, sending out for the RFP is the best way to go at this time. We just need to
Right.
get the ball
And the
rolling
developer
on it.
is here.
That's right.
Could we start permitting in the needed area before we get the grant? I mean, if we.
Not if you want to pay for it with the grant.
Pardon me?
Not if you want to pay for it with the grant.
Not if we want to pay.
If
for
it's
the
grant funded, until you sign, and once you sign the contract and execute the grant, you can then immediately do an RFP for engineering services. The only things you can do before the environmental review is done is things that don't move dirt. Once you start that process, nothing can move dirt until the environmental review is done. But that means you can do RFPs, you can get an engineer, you can begin your design, you can start working on your permit. So yes, I mean, as soon as we sign those contracts, we can do that.
Mr. Crowe,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Murphy, where about in this, we've been talking about this 47 interchange for the last 15, 20 years. I thought the city had an engineer to be working on the whole concept of the water and sewer at that interchange.
They are doing the sewer planning as we speak, right? I mean, right there, well, the previous one was the completion date, anyway, the completion date 22, yes, sir.
Or have the water been, have they ran the water yet?
Yes.
The waters ran to certain areas out there, correct?
And to the interchange.
Yes, sir. It runs right in front of Cruz's house, all that, yeah. Mhm.
So, David, I thought we had applied for a grant in behalf of that 47 interchange.
That is the one I'm talking about.
I'm talking about a grant, we talked about a grant over a year ago. Is this the same grant we talking about?
Correct. That's the CDGPT grant that's assigned to the project that Mr. Stewart come presented to us a couple of weeks ago, showed us the nice layout, what have you, that North Florida had designed for him. And that grant is assigned to, you know, assign it or whatever, that grant's for that project.
Basically, what has stopped development at this interchange was there was no sewer. There's a 20-inch water line, a little bit different when it goes under the interstate, but it picks back up, that runs all the way through there into the west side of Lake City. It goes all the way from the their water plant up off East 90, through the county, through that interchange and up. So they would be tying into that 20-inch water line. There was no sewer, so the county or the city applied for a grant, an environmental grant, to take septic systems off the, take septic systems out. And so that's what they're working on, is that grant. That grant says they should be completed with the construction by July of 2022. Once those pump stations are in there, then we can try and tie into those pump stations.
And this is gonna be pumped to the Kick Otter
This will be
Yes.
pumped to kick lighter.
But just for clarification, David, that project has got to be completed. It is an environmental project,
Correct.
the city. So we can't, we can't have our lines inside their lift stations before it goes under use.
Correct.
Just want everybody to understand that because.
And so all of our planning to this point has been on the south side of the interchange. So that's why we're talking about the potential stakeholder meetings, because you do have the whole north side of the interchange that will at some point develop. Do you want to plan out that development, or do you just want it to happen naturally?
Mhm. Mhm.
In this whole concept of the 47 interchange, we are coming to the south, to the north side of the interstate, right? With water and sewer.
There is a pump station that will be by Ring Power, and a pump station that will be, it's off of Arrowhead on wind something or other.
Windswept over there, yes, yes. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Williams, I think what you're alluding to are in this plan here is sewage going to be on the, what me and you know to be the hayfield?
Yeah.
No, sir. No, sir. And is it gonna be right across from Nextran? Yes, sir. But what me and you know is the hayfield, the S&S, the Darby property, all that? No, sir. But what I will say is myself and Mr. Hunter, we worked hand in hand separately, whichever kind of, whatever plan we could come up with, but it's a fact. And the city manager knows it. The numbers and the people of contact and the agreeance, talking to me, talking to he, the city has yet to act on right-of-way easements on what me and you call the hayfield.
Okay.
Yeah. And, but they're willing to talk. It's just a matter, somebody's got to go talk to them. Me and you can't do that.
And what we said before was if it's not in ink and the ink is dry and it's recorded, it doesn't exist.
That's right. It's not a problem.
Any other questions? And again, water here, you have the 120, you have the 20-inch water line. So there's theoretically plenty of capacity. But again, you still have the limit of the consumptive use permit by the city.
And then, and the other night, the meeting that me and David were at with the city of Lake City and Glenn was there, the city of Lake City extended what their point was that, yes, we are designing this. We're going to have 100% plans the end of January, correct? End of January, 100%. They're going to go through their format. But my whole point is that while designing this, Jamie Bell said, she was on the VIA link or whatever you want to call it, that they're keeping in mind on the design of this project for larger lines, larger this for the future growth down there at that project. So that is being taken in consideration. That was a very positive thing to hear. So we won't run into a like situation as what we've ran into at the mega site. And I'm already on it, so I'm going to go ahead and say it. But here we are, we had a potential project that you're fixing to start talking to people about that needed X amount of thousands of gallons a day of sewage and water. But the lines that are there do not carry the capability. Point blank, and we're talking water here. Big story, I ain't going to bore everybody with it. But my point is simple as this, is that the mega site's been around for how many years, Ron? 19? Yeah, 18, something like that. But somewhere along the line, county, city, warehouser, whoever it may be, we're going down this road, but nobody's thought to think that, dang, it might only a 7-inch line out there, whatever the line is, and it's only going to carry so much capacity. You can't dump 3 million gallons of water through an 8-inch line. So for whatever reason, not to throw targets or nothing like that there, it is what it is, but it's just like the city employees said, when they were stating their fact in that meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, David, that, we've been asked to compile information over and over and over and over and over again. We present it to management. Now, we have no control where it goes from management. Then, so it ends up where it is. And then at the end of the day, then you got Blanche projects, but that's another story for another day. So
Any other questions on 4775? So you now know the current information is completion is July 2022. Ellisville. You guys are all very familiar with Ellisville. We have a water and sewer plant down there. We are under the CDBG Economic Development Grant to expand the sewer plant from 25,000 gallons to 50,000 gallons per day. So it's not a huge plant, but it's services the need so far. Bid construction should go out in February and March with a completion in July under normal circumstances, assuming that, pumps don't get tied up, that sort of stuff. So you have a truck service station. All this was contingent on, because it's an economic development grant, on creating jobs. The truck stop down there said, we're going to add a service station that will create the jobs. They have started with the foundation, from what I understand, but have not started the vertical construction.
Poured last week,
So the foundation was poured last week.
last Saturday, I think, yeah.
So that's where we're at with that. The water plant has over 100,000 gallons a day of available capacity. And then finally, there has been a request to us, which will be coming to you fairly soon, to expand the Ellisville service area, which means somebody must have some plans to develop. And we have preliminary plans for looping the lines and expansions that we've had for a while. So as we need to grow that utility, we do have plans that we just need to dust off the dust and tighten it up and recalculate the costs.
Sounds good.
Any
Okay.
questions?
Yeah, with the expansion, the Florida legislature said, dedicated us money last year. The governor had to veto it because of the COVID and all that. The water to the Fort White area.
That's coming up next.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Mr. Ford, you're still in communication with the city of Fort White about what we think is the best way to solve their water problem. We still
We had a meeting with them right before Christmas.
Mhm.
And, the mayor was going to go back to his board and talk to their board, but yeah, we are in negotiations with John Fort White about helping them out with what's.
Since you're talking about Fort White, there's two projects in Fort White that we need to keep our eyes on.
Okay.
The water project is, we are reapplying for the funds to get them water because their well fields are in a place where they do not have good, clean water. Their water is terrible. Their treatment facility is older. So the two options that we've been talking about is the Swanee River Water Management District gave them 100 acres off of Camora Hills Road to put in a new well field. And that's what we used last year for our legislative request. That was approved by the legislature and vetoed by the governor. In addition, we have recently been contacted by Fort White about the possibility of, instead of doing that, connecting to the Ellisville water plant and having the county provide potable water to the town of Fort White so they would not have to treat the water because it would already be potable. So those are the two options that are on the table. Fort White has not officially told us which option they want to pursue. We believe they're going to want to pursue the connection to Ellisville, but again, they've not committed to that, so I can't tell you what the town will want to do. In addition, go ahead.
Is there usage? Is there a per day usage that Fort White demands? Anybody
Yeah,
ever heard that?
Under 100,000.
Yeah, well under 100,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
You remember that number, Greg? 55,000 brings the bill to me. I think that's what it's at.
So while we're in the planning stage, when we do that, automatically, we got a cup 100,000 gallons a day. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Ellisville,
Do you know
I
what
think
the
you
cup
just
is in
said it.
Ellisville, Chad?
Okay, so we'll just say, but irregardless, just like we're doing on the the sewage plant, if we do end up deciding to go down that road, I don't want to get caught in the same situation where North Florida Mega site. We dedicate 55,000 gallons to Fort White, and Fort White needs the water. We need to get off our butt right now, and because just as sure as you're going to do that, guess what? There's going to be a whatever at Ellisville that needs 250,000 gallons of water a day. And
Now,
you're in
the
the
one
same
thing-
situation.
The one thing that will help offset that, town of Fort White would give up their current well system. So whatever capacity that they currently have would become available for us to transfer to Ellisville.
Yeah,
But you have to have the physical ability to produce it. Is that a fair way to say it?
I get that, and that's fine, but let's keep the ball rolling. Let's not get lazy and let it hang over there in the closet.
So, and the other thing that they have working on, which we are not as familiar with, but Greg Bailey is familiar with, is they have been working to build a sewer plant that would cover both the town of Fort White as well as Three Rivers Estates. They've received partial funding for the design phase, and they are working with the state revolving loan fund on that. In addition, you do have the school system that has a sewer plant that is underutilized. So there are two possibilities for wastewater for the town of Fort White. Now, obviously, the school plant could not service Three Rivers Estates in the town of Fort White, but it could service a small area if there was an economic development opportunity to add a grocery store or something like that. But you would have to reach an agreement with the school system on it. Any other questions?
I think you covered it.
So, oh, wait, I gotta go back one. US 90 interchange, just so you know what's going on. We've heard people coming to us about potential residential developments on West 90. Right now, the issue is, can they be serviced with city water and sewer? That has not yet been verified. Right now, the city sewer stops approximately where the orthopedic clinic is. There's a pump station there. I believe they have water all the way out to Haven Hospice, all the way out to the school. So it goes all the way out to Burley Road and down to the school. So the question is, again, is there enough capacity? And more specifically on the sewer side, how do you get that sewage to their sewer plant? And we don't know that answer. Finally, other development on the US 90 interchange have really slowed down, especially the hotel developments because of COVID. We do believe that once COVID stops and tourism picks back up, you'll see that development pick back up. But again, all that are utility users and still goes back to the cup issue. So finally, the North Florida Mega Industrial Park, the 300-pound gorilla in the room. There is the wastewater treatment plant phase 1, which you're all familiar with. We are submitting the plans and permits this month. We believe the permit plans should be approved in the next 30 to 90 days. We're going to start, as Jones Edmonds told you, with the permitting of the injection well. That's a 6-month to a 1.5-year process. So that's why they wanted to start now, to get ahead of the ball, ahead of the game. If the board and we use the expedited process, we would bid out the equipment for the sewer plant in January. Other than that, we're going to bid out the actual construction of the sewer plant at the end of March. This is according to Jones Edmonds. We would actually begin construction in May, June of 2021, with the plant startup in February 2022, where they could start accepting flows. However, I was just told there is a caveat. The full flows, the full 500,000 gallons, could not be accepted until April 2022, because you got to have time for the bugs to build up. So you start when you open a plant, you take a little bit of flow, bring in some bugs, feed the bugs get a little bigger, you bring in more flow, feed the bugs get a little bigger, and they figure it's that time frame to get to the point where the bugs can eat 500,000 gallons a day of sewage. That's according to Jamie Bell. So there's a phase 2 on the wastewater treatment plant. We applied for a grant in December and we believe the possible award for that, given the process with the Water Management District, is they go through the process, they approve the grant. They then have to send it to DEP, and DEP has to approve the grant. So assuming we can get through the Water Management District and DEP, realistically, that would not be awarded until October 2021, best case scenario. That is for reuse, to change our plant into a reuse plant, and also for other additional injection well engineering. So the reuse design engineering will take about 6 to 8 months and about 8 to 12 months to construct. And at that point, we'll have reuse for the water plant, or for the sewer plant. The deep well injection that we've talked about, the design for that takes about 12 months. Construction takes between 6 months and 1 year because it's a very deep well, and apparently it's very complicated. And then finally, once you got it built and ready to go, there is 12 months of testing that is required by DEP. So that is why they always said that the injection well is a 3-year process. So we're trying to keep everything in check so we know what's going on and keep an eye on our plan, because we're trying to make sure we're planning this and giving you the best information we can. So what happened? We are applying for, with our engineer, North Florida Professional Services, a water use permit or consumptive use permit. Water use permit, as it's called in the district, thank you. The district does call it a water use permit. So the WUP. We're going to submit that this month, but know that when you submit a water use permit, they have 30 days to respond and they could issue a request for information. You then respond to the request for information. They got 30 days to respond, can give you another request for information. So that means that that could be a long protracted process to get a water use permit. There's a lot of technical engineering details you have to provide. We want to basically at some point begin design of the industrial water plant to include drilling of test wells. That means we have to finalize the location of the well plant side and acquire the land and easements from Weyerhaeuser. And in doing so, the engineer will provide us a scope of work, tell us how much it's going to cost, give us cost estimates and timelines for what it would take to do that process. So I can't tell you right now that that process of drilling test wells is going to cost X amount of dollars. That's what the engineer has to tell us.
We don't even have an engineer hired for that process yet, correct?
We do have an engineer that we can use, yes.
Okay, on that,
So I'm estimating it's about $100,000, but we'll know more when we actually do the scope of work. The scope of work is waiting until we know how big of a consumptive or a water use permit we're going to apply for, because that will determine how big of a system you're going to plan to build up front.
of the cup.
So it's a chicken egg kind of thing. You know, if you don't know what you're going to build, it's kind of hard to tell you how much it's going to cost. But you have to do the test wells to make sure that the water and everything in the spot that you're looking at works. Because you don't want to buy the property, acquire the property, and then find out it's not suitable for the site. Then you have to go out and look for another piece of property. So at some point, we're going to have to do test wells to make sure the site that's selected will work for a water plant. We believe it will, but you want to actually verify. So having said that, we need to develop for this Board of County Commissioners financial and operational plans. These are the processes we're going to go through over the next 5 months, 6 months, 4 months, whatever it takes, to come up with a financial and operational plan so we can tell you what will it take to operate, what it'll cost, and how it'll be staffed. So one thing we feel strongly we need to create in North Florida Mega Industrial Park service area or district, kind of like we did in Ellisville, because that will help us with funding. A couple different ways. We'll be qualified for things like USDA funds, which right now we are not qualified for, but that district could qualify for. It will allow us, if we choose, to do assessments on the property within the North Florida Mega Industrial Park. Your attorney and I have spoken with neighbors Giblin and Nickerson, Heather Espinoza, and have discussed this in a preliminary context. And we'll be working on that to see if that's something we can do to help pay for the infrastructure investment and or maintenance and operations of whatever facilities we build within the North Florida Mega Industrial Park. You're going to have a choice. You can contract out operations, you can do operations in-house, or you can join a statewide cooperative. That's a choice that we'll have to make at some point. So I'm just letting you know that. Basically, the engineer designing the plant will have to give us the staffing plans. Just like Jones Edmonds is going to give us a staffing plan for the wastewater treatment plant, whoever designs the water plant would have to give us a staffing plan. Finally, if you remember, we have GSG studying this for us. They're going to be ready to give you the presentation. It's the first meeting in February. They're going to begin meeting with staff middle of January to refine it. So in February, you will get the GSG report, which is their recommendations of how we should proceed. In addition, we contacted Florida Rural Water Association, and we have begun working with them to develop utility rates for this utility. There are no raw water industrial water, those types of rates, which we can look at locally or surrounding us and say, that's a rate we should charge. So they are actually doing a rate study for us for free, because we are a member of the Florida Rural Water Association. They're a great organization, and they're developing a rate structure for us. And then finally, third-party budgets. I have been talking and staffing plans to people who are in the industry and saying, can you give us budget numbers? Can you give an idea? Is it bigger than a bread box or the size of a school bus? So we're going to get together and work on all those types of approaches to try and figure out what is the best financial plan. Oh, and we're dealing also with the gentleman we talked with on Don, can't remember Don's last name, that helped us figure out the financing for the jail. So we're also working with him. So we are going to try and come back with the best financial and operational plans to give you so that you can make an informed decision on which option we need to proceed on. The reason I say it that way is on December 22nd, we had a meeting with the city, and they indicated to us that Bell Road was their top priority. And that again is to divert the flow away from St. Margaret's and go from Young's Park to Kicklighter. And they believe by doing that, Bell Road is shovel ready right away. And also the other high priority they had was the 4775 interchange, because they felt growth is imminent once you put in the water and sewer at that interchange. At the December 29th City Utility Committee meeting that Commissioner Murphy mentioned we attended, they confirmed that. They said that Bell Road and 4775 are their top priorities. They also confirmed that they supported the city or the county's acquisition of a consumptive use permit, water use permit, sorry about that, and the construction of an industrial or raw water plant, with the idea that the city would provide potable water, because potable water is basically toilets and fountains and really uses minimal capacity, and the county would provide the raw water or base water for all industrial uses at the mega industrial park. And then finally, the city discussed delaying the city water loop that the commissioner was talking about at the industrial park until they had time to commit a study to figure out where to route it, how big to route it, how big to make it, what do they need to do to provide that. Now, they have the ability to provide some potable water use along US 90. There is capacity in that line, but pressure becomes an issue because it's not looped, and because of other reasons, they've had those pressure problems out at the jail. At some point, if they're going to service potable water, they're going to have to loop that line or provide more access or something to get it so it's more reliable. That is something they want to do down the road after they're underway with the other projects. And then finally, if we're going to get a water use permit, we are going to have to provide aquifer recharge projects or offsets. We believe we should be doing that anyway. We should be working to try and recharge the aquifer and be a leader in that field. It leads us to doing projects, additional projects that we have to identify. They haven't been identified, such as the one we have identified as the Faith Road project. If you remember, behind Home Depot, there was a retention pond. We could not acquire the retention pond, but we felt it needed to be bigger. So we acquired the road, the property right across the street on Faith Road. We have talked to the city about doing a project with Water Management District River funding where we would excavate the pond, put in the cross drains and things. The city would haul off the dirt and keep the dirt. That would be their compensation. And we would use the Water Management District funds to put in or to buy the materials and supplies. This would include reopening an existing recharge well that is no longer functioning. That recharge well is located, I believe, over by Office Depot. We would relocate it over to the Faith Road project. But those are the types of things we need to look at. If you're going to be into the industrial water use business, you've got to be able to put water into the aquifer. Any questions?
And I agree with you, we should be doing that anyway. Mr. Williams.
Here's what's important to me and hopefully this board. Florida River Water Management really suggested to us that the county need to apply for the consumptive use permit at the mega site. from the information that David have just given us about, and I'm only speaking now of the North Florida mega site. It is their last priority in their priority list. We have the only mixed-use district, large district in this county, commercial, industrial, and residential. That's just phase one of that development. We cannot afford to wait until the city can give us what we need to develop that. First reason, we got $20 million of state money out there. This board, some of y'all might not have been on the board. We signed the contract for all this money that the state gave us, but we pledged to have so many jobs committed in the length of time. And David, I want you to go back and find out that length of time that we got to have these jobs.
It's 10 years from the completion of the plan.
10 years from completion of the plan. All this money they are put in there, we don't meet our obligation, we got to pay that money back. Mr. Murphy, you was on the board when we did that, the word you're not.
Oh, yeah.
I do not buy something I heard a economic development board member say, where the county should not apply for big projects and mold them to fit what service we got. Heck, we don't have those services out there. To grow that development, we got to be in a position to provide for what we need ourselves. And then if it comes around where the city can tie into it, so be it. But we cannot wait, stand by, and let that place sit out there dormant.
I agree.
Our job in this county is to grow this county. I tell you what, if I was a city commissioner for all the years that I've been a county commissioner, we would have water and sewer anywhere you want to hook to it in Columbia County, because I know to grow this county and to grow this city, utilities is number one. It's number one.
Number one.
It makes money. It's number one. And we are not there yet. And whatever we got to do to grow that mega site, I hope this board take the commitment to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
concur.
And I agree with you 100%. This board has got to take the initiative to act. And it sounds like it's going to be up to us to provide the water and the sewer to the mega industrial park. And I think we're up to that task. And I think we need to get started doing it.
We're taking forth, I mean, we're taking the necessary steps to go down that path right now.
Yep.
So we wanted to present this to you so you knew we do have a plan. We do have a way we're moving forward. We don't have all the answers today, but we have a plan to get you those answers.
David, that was a great presentation. I thank you for it. I think you're on top of things. I think you've got a good plan. And
I have a good team that helps me.
I agree. And I want you to make sure you y'all follow up on this. Keep us informed, and any way we can help, we do what we need to do. I'm more than willing to do what we need, anything I need to do.
Thank you very much.
I want to see this plan go forward.
Thank you very much.
I think we're taking some bold steps, but I think they're necessary steps.
So that basically gives you the condition of our utility efforts. So that leads into the next item, which is, whoops, not the update on CARES, but let me go all the way back. The Economic Development Advisory Board recommendation. We had this called meeting of the Economic Development Advisory Board on December 22nd, and the advisory board discussed Project Bell and the request for an economic development agreement. Based on what was presented, the requests from Project Bell, our ability to provide service, We felt at this point in time, we cannot provide the service. We cannot do an interlocal. Let me back up. They had two requirements that were definite things they wanted to see. They wanted to see a three-party agreement with the city, the county, and Project Bell. The city has indicated they're not interested in a three-party agreement. We can't do a three-party agreement. In addition, they wanted to see that agreement by the 15th of January. If you talk to the two attorneys, there's just no physical way to draft an agreement and get it approved by both boards by the 15th of January, especially since your next board meeting is the 21st. So having said that, of the things they requested, we can't do it. So we're not recommending taking any action. The board did recommend not proceeding with a economic development agreement. From staff standpoint, there's no development agreement to move forward on because we cannot meet the requirements of what they submitted. Did you want to add anything, Joel? Joel was talking, the attorneys from Bell and the attorneys from the city and county met and discussed the project.
Yeah, so the issue with the three-party agreement versus the interlocal agreement with the city, with us having the economic development agreement with Project Bell. The preference of Project Bell was the three-party agreement, and I agree with that. And the reason for that is if for some reason the city failed to meet its obligations under that agreement, Project Bell could enforce that contractual provision directly with the city. If we have an interlocal agreement with the city for the provision of water or for provision of capacity to the park, we enter into an economic development agreement with Project Bell and say that we're going to provide that capacity to them. We all move forward, and at some point the city can't meet its obligations under our interlocal agreement. Therefore, we can't meet our obligations to Project Bell. We now have to sue the city. Whereas in a three-way agreement, Project Bell could sue the city for that capacity. So you're taking something you don't really control, which is that water capacity, making it an integral part of your economic development agreement with the idea that you don't really control, because we don't, whether or not we can meet that obligation. And I think in personal conversations I've had with you guys many times, I've never promised something you don't know you can deliver. And so that's really, and look, to be fair, Project Bell wanted it to be three-way too. Okay, so Plan B would have been an interlocal style hybrid agreement, but I'm not going to be able to recommend the board enter into that because of the back end risk. That's kind of where we're at. And also to echo David's statements, it really is kind of a no action situation because if you can't meet the requirements in the first place, there's no point in spending the money with the attorneys to draft all the documents. But it's just kind of an unfortunate situation we find ourselves in because of the capacity issue at the park.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
And Board, I'd just like to say that during the efforts of trying to get to some type of a point where you could go into and comfortably get into an economic development agreement, Mr. Kraus, Glenn, and Jennifer worked very, very hard to exhaust all avenues when it got to this point. But when I was confronted as the chair with the with the request in the agreement that they were wanting, that's when I called the meeting, and that's why we're here today. And I concur exactly everything that Mr. Foreman just said. I'm never going to put the county taxpayers in a situation that I know they can't perform.
Any more discussion?
So what do we need a motion on this?
No.
My recommendation is there's nothing to take action.
Okay, so
No
what's our step
haven't
with
made the
Project
decision
Bell?
to
Do we
do
need to
anything.
notify them? Joe need to notify them, say, thank you for, you're out, we're done?
I did, Commissioner, advise Project Bell's counsel that there was an agenda item, and I told him I would just keep him apprised of what happened, so I'll let him know that no action was taken. He understood the staff's recommendation was going to be no action. So I'll follow up with him and let him know. I do want to be
Don't wanna leave
clear.
them hanging.
No, and we've had good communication. I want to be clear, they haven't said no. And as far as what we've communicated to them, we haven't told them no. We've just said the ability to say yes is just not there.
Absolutely.
So I want to make sure it's clear that that's where we stand in terms of negotiation.
Well, I guess at this time, our answer would be, we can't agree to those terms at this point.
It's almost impossible. It's
Well, we
an
can't-
impossibility.
can't-
Yeah.
can't-
Can't get it. Can't do it.
Right.
We agree to them. We just can't do it. It's impossible.
And it shouldn't be, it should not have been this way.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Williams. It
That's
should
why
not
we
have
need
been
to
this
do,
way.
that's why that presentation is what we need to do, utilities.
So
But
then,
I think we have a plan to move forward, and I think it's a good plan. We can tweak it, modify it along the way if we need to, and I think we move forward with it.
yes, sir. So the last item is the update on the CARES Act. I like to tell you what's going on with that all the time. As you know, CARES expired at the end of December, like we talked about earlier. They did pass legislation in December that said we're going to have new CARES money. And I just want to let the public know they did pass that. Last time I briefed the board, while it was passed, it hadn't gotten to Treasury, and Treasury hasn't gotten it to anybody else. Since then, the Treasury has issued money for additional CARES money. Saying that, they're only giving that money to counties over 200,000 population. So at this point in time, we are not eligible for any additional CARES money. It will probably come down to like the last round where the Small Counties Coalition had to lobby hard to get that money distributed to the small counties. But at this point in time, U.S. Treasury is not distributing any money to the states to give to the small counties. So having said that, grand total as of today for business assistance, we have spent $6,574,252.89. For individual assistance, what has been booked so far, from what Ben gave me today, was $1,068,099. And for PPE assistance, $22,911.95. I would like to thank the 3 women that we hired to help us with the CARES program, as well as the United Way and Catholic Charities. Without their assistance, we couldn't have done any of this. And I think they all did a very, very admirable job, and they worked hard. It was a lot more time consuming and a lot more difficult than we ever anticipated. So I do want to thank them.
I think you did a great job too, David.
Thank you very much.
It started off rocky, but y'all sure cleaned it up and got it done.
You got a handle on it.
I tell you what, it was a big job.
At first, we were thinking we wouldn't be able to spend $2 million.
And how many times has COVID happened? So you did a great
Once,
job.
Mr. Chairman,
David?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize this board, authorize, David under the, signature of the chairman, signature to, the Small County Coalition, to have a, director to lobby for the counties receiving, round 2 of this CARES money. You know, we wasn't invited, we wasn't approved for the first round, and through Chris Dooling representing the 39 small counties, they decided to give us some. But that's why the Small County Coalition is so great. We work together at 39 counties instead of one individual county, and we need a letter going to ask Chris to lobby for that money. I make that a solemn motion.
I'll second it.
Got a motion by Commissioner Williams, a second by Commissioner Murphy to, if I heard you right, to allow David to contact Small County Coalition.
Write a letter requesting on the, you write a letter under your signature.
That's good, yeah, okay.
And David will write that letter for you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, all in favor?
David, what was the total disbursement? I was trying to add it. but-
I didn't add all 3 of them up, so I don't know. So you had 6.6 million in business, 1,068,000 in individual, and 22,900 in PPE. 7.7. Kevin's good on math.
$722,000.
That's why we have Kevin around here. He can add quickly in his head.
7.72.
And we had 12
Yeah, but.
allocated.
Thank you very much.
I realize that.
Okay, any commissioner, Rich Williams, you got anything to add to the meeting?
Yes, sir. David, did I understand you wrong today? We wasn't gonna discuss the financial officer for the county. You gonna do that next board meeting?
I was gonna do that the next board meeting, but I can do it now if you'd like.
Yeah, I think it's critical that we do this,
Okay.
if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
No, I
Okay.
don't mind.
We've been looking at the county's organization. And we used to have a financial manager, Lacey Boatwright, that worked for the county. When Lacey left, we eliminated that position and gave money to the clerk's office to provide that service. The clerk's office is no longer able to provide that service, which puts us at a great disadvantage in terms of keeping up with paperwork on the grants and on the budgeting and on the financial stuff. That's part of the reason we had to do the budget amendment on the grants earlier today. My recommendation strongly is we need to create that position again and fill it. We need to have a finance person because the clerk's office cannot provide that function for us at this time.
When you're dealing with grants, you can mess up,
Yes, sir.
and it can
It costs you a lot of money.
millions. So,
For instance, Cannon Creek is $1.48 million.
And Mr. Chairman, and why I asked David that, because I didn't want to wait 2 weeks for him to start his advertisement if this board approved that.
I understand.
When Lacey was here, you could walk in there anytime and she can tell you exactly what was their area contingency, what had already been paid and everything. Now we don't have that luxury, so I so move we reestablish that
Second.
commission.
I think we all seen this coming, that it was gonna be necessary to do this. And, all right, I have a motion to hire a finance advisor.
second.
And got a second by Commissioner, a motion by Commissioner Williams, a second by Commissioner Hollingworth. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much. It's well worth it. We appreciate it. It will help us.
That's all
I would go ahead and advertise for that position. I think it needs to be filled as soon as possible.
I will
And I
bring a
was
job
gonna say,
description back next week,
We
but we'll go
can
ahead and
use some of
start.
our part-time help to help do that till you get somebody if you need to, because we've had a few ladies hired part-time to help with the CARES Act, and you could keep one of them on for a little while if you need to.
Yes.
Kinda help
We
do
did
that
keep
work.
one of them on. She's a former county employee or a former employee of the clerk's office, which is why we kept her. She's been filling in since we lost Carson. So,
She's busy too. I was up there
She's very
today,
busy.
and I was up there, Monday, and, I know she's a big help. She's like a bee over there going at it.
right now, we just have a lot of personnel stuff that we're trying to sort through and straighten out and keep everything on path and moving forward. Thank you very much for the authorization for the position. I appreciate it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Good. I see North Florida Professional Services here tonight. I'd like to thank them for their help at Rum Island. I was down there yesterday with Clint. The park turned out to be really nice. It's a great job. I know y'all was pulling your hair out trying to deal with some of the issues down there. I appreciate y'all sticking with it, and it turned out real good. Y'all did a fine job. Motion to adjourn.
2 minutes, it's 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Open public comment, yeah.
Him and Stu will get this meeting stuff worked out.
Stu, you don't have anything to say?
Did Rocky bring you tonight? Or?
Motion for,
I heard you was soliciting a ride from Fort White the other day. Sounded to me like a conspiracy.
motion for adjournment.
Rocky, you cheating on me.
Motion for adjournment.
Okay, motion to meet adjourned.
I'll tell you, I'm getting worried.